Welcome to one of the best days of your life if you're just finding my stream. Yes, it looks a little odd what I'm doing here laying in my bed, but I'm really trying to save your life by pursuing peaceful activism on these hunger strikes. And you're witnessing me recovering from a 65-day, 66-day hunger strike, which is extreme. It's on the verge of the human capacity to survive. Most people most people die before this or around this area if you're healthy. So I'm gonna close the other stream, Jubilee, if you want to join me over there, or I'll just message you here on TikTok. So I have quite a few things to do. I'm recovering right now, and we're trying to recruit a bunch of people to do these sort of blessings that make the meals better. And if you're not religious, that's okay. You can give an omen or whatever is your thing. Well wish, whatever you prefer. Okay. Oh, Jubilee. I'm going to get to your messages now. Oh, I was talking to my friend first. Oh shoot, this is all happening. Okay. Ouch, man. Like it feels like somebody's driving something like a spike up here. I'm hungry. I don't want to wait too long. So the stream is reset. Good. Thank you for joining me if you're new. Uh, at the moment, I'm struggling to sort of kind of keep up with everything because it is growing, and that's good. But I need to get a world-class team. Like, what is happening here? Like, my bed's not letting my phone stay up. A little bit. When you're on a hunger strike like this, you're a little bit cranky. Like, your body's, even as it's recovering, is in bliss, but it's snappy. It feels, it's easy to get uncomfortable. So it's a real spiritual or just mental. Look at my bed. Everything around me is deteriorating because I'm in the poverty trap. But anyway, it's a spiritual and mental training so that you can get in touch with your emotions and have emotional resilience. So you can be cantankerous or passionate, but you never lose control. Like you never lose the vow, what we call the vow of unabandonment, where you can set a boundary against somebody if they're harming you, but you never give up on seeing the goodness of them. That takes real emotional control and real emotional maturity because you can separate behavior from identity. And when you try and conflate them, like, oh, he's a scammer or they're a terrible person, you're making a behavior into their identity, so you can never forgive them. and you're trapping their identity in that thing, which makes it less likely that they'll actually do the behavior that you want, which is the healing one that aligns with their good core. So if you don't believe they're a good person, then they're going to stop rising up because they can never win, right? So if they can never win, the only thing they can do is shut you up or destroy you or weaken you so that you stop talking smack about them. And that's the culture that we're currently in, the dead one. And we want to create a living culture, which is you learn these extremely simple but incredibly powerful tools to heal your networks and not fall into these pitfalls, these spiritual pitfalls, this bypassing, this naivety in the way that we relate to each other. And some of these truths are timeless. They work for all ages, and we've forgotten some of them. So I'm just catching up with my morning messages. We're gonna have a bathroom break. We're gonna make some food. I should probably call the hospital here and start getting this hand checked up because it's not getting worse. I mean, it's not getting better. It does feel like it's getting worse on the top of my hands. And in this pinky right here, it's aching. But there's no pain up here. Like there's nothing happening anywhere else. It's just from here to here. Ouch, I don't want to live with this for the rest of my life. So I'm still gaining body fat. I'm still very thin. Like this hunger strike recovery is going very slowly compared to my other ones. Okay. And the reason why you want to move slowly on a hunger strike like this is because the heart gets weaker. Like when you get past like 40 days, your body starts to eat your organs. So you'll see me moving slowly, even though I have the strength to make the movements. You'll see me making things slowly, intentionally. One is because I'm still very shaky. Like my muscles are very weak, so I'll go and reach for something and I'll break it or I'll get it on the ground, whatever. But another reason why I go slowly is because I don't want to cause my heart to race. I don't want to get dizzy. I don't want to get tachycardic. I don't want any of that stuff to happen. Because if your heart gets out of joint or you have arrhythmia or something, it can cause you to have problems or a stroke. Who knows? It could cause a bunch of things. I've had a grand mal seizure before, about 15 years ago. Hasn't happened again, but we know that it can happen with my physiology because I already have low blood pressure naturally. And I'm an ectomorph. Like I have a fast metabolism. I don't have a lot of weight, so going on hunger strikes is very dangerous for me. If you're a little bit bigger, like a mesomorph, like you have more body fat, you can go longer. You can't go much longer, but you still need to take vitamins. But my hunger strikes are no cheating, meaning they are legitimately just water, which is why I got my little filter here. I'm trying to, as much as possible, make it recorded with a little strength. Like if I had a little swivel where I could like swivel my thing so you can follow me to the like outside the like not into the bathroom necessarily, but I might even do that on the next one if people actually start paying attention. Now that we're getting to the higher numbers, and they're like, oh, we want to see you like not eating in the bathroom. I'll do that. I actually was doing that on my first hunger strikes, and people got a little bit freaked out. But now we're getting to the big numbers. This is where it's going to matter. So I think I might start going 24/7. Like when I fill up my water, I want you to see that it's just straight into the filter, and the filter is filtering. I'm not putting any tea. There's no salt. There's no sugar. There's nothing going into my water. And if you look at my blood results, they prove that I was in bad shape. I could have been in worse shape. They were saying that I could have been in worse shape, but I was already puking. You could see me puking. I was already in organ failure, intestinal failure. Okay, so let me get back to some of these messages with Jubilee. She's maybe waiting to do a recording. Where did she make a video about me? Where is it? Is it this one? Where did you make that reply video? Ouch. Okay. You can leave me a message every 12 hours, by the way, if you're on YouTube. You can leave me a message, and every 12 hours I check it at least. Sometimes I try to keep it open on this computer, but my computers are old, and I'm streaming a lot. That is hurting my hands bad, man. Okay, it's already 9:22. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I should probably do a daily video, actually. Actually, I think I can do a dual split thing or something. How do I do this? Ah, your life is in imminent danger. Let me say that again. Your life is in imminent danger. Okay? We have 6 existential crises facing us simultaneously. And war with China, supposed to start in 2027, is where it's going to get really bad. We're already in the twilight zone. As of 3 weeks ago, AI might be escaping us. It's already smarter than us. We're not smart enough to even test how smart it is. Okay, let's get a morning video, but how do I do this? Come on. How do I do this here? What the heck? How do I remix it? Oh, there it is. Add story, create duet, stitch. Okay. How can I make this look like different? I'm getting fancy with the TikTok here. I think I just did a stitch. So you just saw one of my new acquaintances, Jubilee, make a little video about me wanting to do a dare, challenging me on my 21st day of recovery since my 65-day hunger strike streak, which you guys know is a part of the grade 11 hunger strike, which is a perpetual hunger strike to the potential death until we achieve the goals. There's 6 divine decrees and a certain level of blessings on these holy meals where you can unlock them with me and I'll eat. And that number increases every meal. So we're on meal 20. I've been doing this for 420 days. 420. I've been doing this for 420 days, over a year. I eat roughly every 2 months. And then I recover for about a month, 4 or 5 weeks, depending. If it's short, I go short. Like, it's whatever it takes to get over refeeding syndrome, which is the dangerous condition. So anyway, getting back to Jubilee, she's recognizing how dangerous this is. And she's realizing that we're getting to the higher tiers where we need your help if you're watching this, if you're new. It's an intense thing, but there's a lot of experience and design into this. You'll hear Jubilee call me naive and I don't understand things. I understand very well. I understand that my hair looks messy. I understand that I have a big beard. I understand that I'm wearing plain clothing. I understand that this is low budget marketing. I understand everything that looks poor right now is intentional to a certain degree because I'm in the poverty trap with the poor. My industry is getting destroyed. I used to be a trucker. They told me, you're not going to need your driver's license anymore. So I transitioned out of that. I became an ISO trucker first, though. The creme de la creme of the trucking world is this, like, you go to these diamond mines up north in the winter and you drive on lakes and you bring fuel to them for like 8 months or to last 8 months over the winter. And then the lakes melt and you can't bring anything up there. It's very expensive to fly a bunch of stuff up there. So that was a really amazing experience, but even that is being destroyed. It's been hollowed out by the shows and all the automation that's occurring. So then I transitioned from that into software. And then that's also being destroyed by AI right now. You don't need software coders. I've been coding for a month and a half now with no humans, and I've probably done $2 to $4 million worth of coding. And I know that because I coded for 4 to 6 years, and I know what it takes to write 29,000 lines of code. And this stuff is doing it incredibly fast. So, Jubilee, I think you're underestimating me a little bit. And that's okay. As you get to know me and as I get to know you, we'll start to treat each other in our real limits. And that's what love really is. That's what friendship really is. That's what respect really is you recognize yourself in the other in their limits. So your particularities are different. You have different limits physically, mentally, all your Pareto categories, right? Facial beauty, social, wealth, body beauty, cultureness, and IQ. But there's this UQ, this universal quotient, pure wisdom, where language and meaning and thoughts that structure reality into your eyeballs. This little reality interpretation device that we call a brain uses a specific logic to recognize what's before, what the object is in its category scheme. So when you have a human being as the object and you miscategorize them, they can become objectified, which is normally a bad thing. You're treating them in a usury kind of way. You're using them. You're not respecting the person. the deeper nature, the needs that they have that are deeper than just inanimate objects like physics, right? Like atoms or whatever. We have deeper needs. We need genuine freedom. We need respect. We need dignity. We need to be heard. We need to be touched in a respectful way. We need all these types of things to happen to us. Babies die if you don't touch them. Children become feral if they don't have people that articulate reason and language at high enough levels. Even though they have all the capacities to learn how to do math and all that stuff, if they hang out with animals and trees in their formative years between 3 to I guess technically birth until roughly 6 years old, 4 to 6 years old, they actually have a very hard time achieving any human capacities. There was a study of a young woman who actually had this happen to her. Her parents abandoned her with these dogs, and she somehow survived until she was found when she was like 11 or something. And they tried to rehabilitate her, but even by the time she was 18, she died, I think. There's something that happened. I can't remember her name. I haven't looked into it in a while. But anyway, there are limits, but you can transcend those limits with these universals. Language. Every time we use a word in a language, that's an agreement. So you right now, if you speak English, or even if you're using a translator, and Jubilee and me have an agreement that we learned as kids that is called English. And we're agreeing that the words that are coming out of my face, like face, for example, we agree on what face means. That agreement is a recognizing. It's a universal. It's like a smearing over to her. And it's something that I recognize in her because it's in me. So that universal structure is what we are really bad at initially seeing. And I'm just letting you know, Jubilee, I don't just understand this. I have, in some degrees, mastered it on this planet. And we need to all do this very soon. And what a master can do is they can teach it to you. And anybody else who wants to learn this greatness of love, recognizing yourself in the other, in the mode of feeling. The mode of feeling, you can do things at different modes. The immediate mode, you'll talk about all these new categories you don't use in normal language, but you'll learn them because they're incredibly simple, but very powerful. They do more with less. So it slows down all this hyper crazy stuff that's going on in the world. It slows all that down, this deluge of too much information, too much random connection, too much paradox of choice, all this. And I think you might have mentioned that, Julie, but the paradox of choice bit, which is good to see you're aware of that. So am I. I'm aware of 200 cognitive biases. I studied this a lot because I want to make the world better. And I'm not a dilettante. When you're listening to me speak, I have put in 75,000 hours. Okay, I've done my homework over 25 years. Or is it 20 years? 20? It's a long time. So when it comes to your challenge, Jubilee, and to new viewers, we need to learn about each other and draw real boundaries, because it's not the limits that matter. We're here as limited creatures to experience diversity, to experience free will, to experience things not aligning with perfection, so that we can overcome them with our free will or choice. And when you choose to align yourself with this deeper universality, it's called destiny. And when you ignore it, when you try to pretend like that necessity of the universe, that truth, that goodness is not there, and you try to avoid it with your free will, and it happens anyway, that's called fate. So fate is the negative side of this necessity. And then destiny is when you realize that these limits are actually your freedom. That when you get treated in your limits, and you still gain respect, as if that person was you, like as if they're walking a mile in your shoes. We feel that in a different way. We feel that as what the word empathy tries to capture. It's deeper than sympathy. Sympathy is an external respect. Empathy is like a somehow internal external. It's like you are external to that person, but you feel internal to them as them in a certain way. So it's more direct. It's more visceral. So with my last couple of minutes here, Jubilee, and to my new people who are coming into this, we need your help because the numbers are getting big with these meals. We need to make these meals. I'm working on that right now. But Jubilee, this guy, Brian Rose, actually we just had a big victory, which I'm going to talk about on my main updates. This update here, because I stitched it with you, Jubilee, if you turn your settings off, I guess the video goes down or something. So I don't want to make my main updates like that. So I'll make another video. But I'm going to be talking about this big victory of having a big philosopher say they're very interested in starting God's government here. And you can call it, if you're an atheist, you can call it the ideal wise government and not God's government. It's the same universal logic as you'll see. We've solved all these contradictions that are fragmenting us. And this guy named Brian Rose is very powerful, but the mistake that I think you're making, Jubilee, in your challenge here, is that you're conflating Brian Rose's identity with his behavior. He's a scammer. He has scammed people, therefore he's a scammer. You've turned a verb into a noun. And when you do that, you make this person not want to become the change in the behavior that you want to see because you've forgotten the goodness in them. They're always a scammer, forever and ever, amen. Never forgive them, never. That's called abandonment. And I won't do that. The vow of unabandonment, I'll never do that to you, I'll never do it to anybody. I'll separate your behavior out and say, you've done something wrong, it needs to improve. That might be Brian. But I recognize 100% that Brian is a good person, and he said something in private where he's actually an incredible person. But has he made mistakes? Well, we're all into compliance. We're in a toxic society, right? We're dissenting. So we need to open up and forgive, but not blind love, wise love. Okay? Okay, looks like my code got finished. I'm hungry. Okay, we're gonna upload that. Okay, that's updating. Let's do like I don't like how TikTok does that. You can't actually do anything else on your phone. It forces you to stay in the app downloading, just like Instagram. But let's check our AI here. Okay, well, I'm at 12%, which is good. Ouch. Weird and bizarre. Okay, update done. Sahan is responding. Good. Okay, how much space do we have left? I think there's. I gotta delete TikTok because it is too. How did it? Yeah, TikTok 7 GB. Hmm. Okay, great. So our buddy is working here. Okay, so that's done. Awesome. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have did that. Ah, whatever. I should have checked first. Holy crap, there are a lot of messages. Okay. People are so fake. AI causes so much. This is the Harvard Business Review. AI is causing so much opportunity. No, it's not. It's replacing all the jobs, you guys. It's bizarre. Ugh. Oh, I'm so hungry. Oh, wow. I'm learning so much. It's really quite shocking and amazing. Okay, let's do this. I need to use the washroom and cook. There's so much happening. I'm learning some internet, like some historically important design information about governments. Dang it. I'm learning a ton here. This is incredible. Okay, I have to use the bathroom. Alright, interesting little crash course, but it's important. Okay, I'm so hungry, but I don't have any cereal to tide me over. Ooh. Whoa! I have ringing in my ears. Ouch. That is not good. But let's continue. Okay, let's eat something. Very good. Very, very, very good. I'm actually thinking there might not be enough bounces. No! I just got vinegar all over me. I'm not liking this. jar situation. Very, very good. Okay, that's done. We have to take some of this. Take these pills, I guess, whatever it's called. Actually, I probably should have this before I eat. All right. Okay.
We need to get some garlic in here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, Oh no, shoot. They're still dissolving. Okay. Alright, here we go. Pump. Up. Okay. Alright, let's put this back. Now let's see how this guy tastes. I'm very curious. Okay, very good. These probably the rest of the day. This will be done. These guys. Good. One down. Putting these sprouts in the fridge makes a huge difference in terms of their growth rate. Okay, wait for a second. What happened here? Okay, good. Let's resume this very, very fast development. So we're pulling, we had a really big altercation with two of my really trained up people, and one of them looks like they're coming back, which is a sign that we can overcome that electric. Okay. Alright, maybe I shouldn't. I was gonna sit back, but maybe I won't actually sit back. Here. I need to unplug this laptop. Hey. Let's do our blessing first. Toast. I'm trying to eat some of this like real bread, this spelt bread. Yeah. And it actually saves quite a bit of room. I might try something a little different. Probably put some mustard, I think, in our thing. Okay. Oh my gosh, I actually do have, I have orange, I'm like, I don't have any orange citrus. I have orange citrus jam. incredibly, so I can make sashimi, technically, or shichimi. Wow, what a fluke that is. I bet you they probably like saw what I bought at these big chains and started targeting me. It's probably exactly what's happening. This batch is pretty okay. Luckily, I have one more jar of okay, we're gonna put a little bit of mustard in here, Dijon. Dijon? Maple. Got some maple syrup in there. Oh yeah. Put a little tiny bit. Okay. And well, I'm actually making my next batch. And I don't know, I just feel like I need to do it. We'll even put some garlic in there because I noticed that my nervous system was mentioning garlic. So garlic we shall have. I have like no vegetables left that are fresh. Except for the mung beans. I guess some stores order their freshest orders today, so maybe I should order today. Except I don't have any money now. Okay, put this in. And then last but not least, a little more garlic with our olives. So, put this over here. I'm like scraping together every last little bit of anything that could give me nutrition. Normally my mother or family or somebody comes and helps a little bit, but as I'm getting close to that, they are either going to give up or pull through. And I think I'm in the universe where they're going to pull through. And if they don't, somebody else will. It'll be sad. So sad like that. Maybe they don't. I love my family a lot. So I wanted to do this with them, but they're really lost right now, which is unusual for them. Maybe I should just do all of it. I don't like having the, whoops. There's like these little hard little dudes that kind of come in and they just wreck everything. In your meal because you bite down and they're full of lectins and hurt your intestines. Okay, last but not least, put in some oil, some olive oil. Just a semi-healthy. There's a too. Okay. Good. Now we're set up for veggies and everything. Voila. All right, here we go. Whoops, put the fall over. Let's not do that. Okay. Salt in there. I don't want this to be like overbearing like last time, so too overbearing. Can't feel with my fingers. It's a little bit watery. Okay, let's take some pictures and then eat with our blessing. You know what? My license they might be delaying my license because they're probably trying to treat me as they're probably trying to destroy my reputation in some way. Oh, come down. What did I do with my blessing? Is all right. Candle. All right. All right. First bite. Turned off my TikTok. It's just like non-stop. Do you see? It's okay. See, if I was able to pay for all this, it would all just stay on. But because I'm in the poverty trap, you're witnessing the grind. As you move one thing fails. As you move another thing fails. All right, here we go. Here we go. Mm. 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 Oh. Mm. 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 Oh, it's absorbed all the liquid. Okay. Hmm. Carry on. Ugh. It's good, but it needs something. Mm. Saltine. What can I say? Mmm. We're thinking about the hungry. We're thinking about those that are in the vicious poverty trap, the vicious economic cycle. We're coming as soon as we can. We have to move with urgency, guys. When you're in that hungry state, it is torturous. I'm blessed that I get to come out of it and into it, out of it and into it because of your help. For all the children. Mm. Put a little bit of fat on there. Even out some of that sugar, salt and spoon. Yeah. Mm. What is going on with my beer game? looking for my toque to keep my hair out of my food. It must be down here. I don't know. This is actually quite good though. Last. Love to have some cucumber or leafy greens right now. Mm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Should I stop eating and save it? Probably. There we go. Alright. I think we're okay with that. We got our fats in, both the peanut butter and olive oil. Actually changes flavors. There's like a heavier garlicky taste to this one. Mm. 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 That's good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's without any soy sauce or any of the fancy stuff. Okay. Even though it's all pickled, it could still use a little bit of salt. Okay. This is iodinized salt, by the way, so I don't get some kind of metabolism disease. The good news is they said whatever I'm doing to my body, it's working. They're saying my body has radically adapted to hunger strikes. So what would have killed or blinded other men? You saw me, I was still working. And I thought that I was cheating by using my heat jugs. But it turns out Bobby Sands and a lot of these prisoners had heated blankets, well, had a space heater on them and a whole bunch of stuff. So those men were trying to stay alive as long as possible. And that's just the physical limit. Me, them, if you're an endomorph or an ectomorph like me, you're thin, like normal body weight, about 65 to 70 to maybe 75 days appears to be the max.
This still smells like vinegar a little bit. We'll see.
Where's my tube? Oh, there it is. Almost down in the dirty. Okay. Okay. I like to get everything all set up so it can last like 2-3 hours without moving. I got my water, everything right beside me. Okay. Now, everybody's starting to freak out and give scathing reviews and scathe this, scathe that, and Mark, you're an idiot, and that's because it's coming to a head. I just went 65 days without food. And my family, some of my family, but one half of my family didn't even call me. So, like, their spirit is dead, man. And they're probably living great material lives and going to birthdays and doing all that stuff. All that stuff is bringing on their death because they're not doing it in balance with reality. You're supposed to go to the birthday parties and then go save your lives in activism and care and compassion for the poor and not just your immediate family. You take care of your immediate family, but you're supposed to care more too. So it means that part of my family is lost. And they will be found and hopefully return when they realize what's going on. That I'm trying to save their lives. Okay. Done eating. I think I need to switch my shirt out. It still smells like it's covered in vinegar.
Wow, that's incredible. This is fascinating. I can't even believe it. There's a lot to do right now. Okay, before I get caught up in any more of that, I have to keep the quote going. Okay. Join me. There's a lot of work to do, and we're trying to save your life. It's going to be strange. Truth is stranger than fiction, unfortunately. It's going to be extreme. The sooner we act, the sooner we can bring truth and wisdom.
Holy crap. Can't keep up with all this. Alright, let's do recording. That's the thing. Ah, crashed. Jeez. That hurts me. That hurts so bad. Okay. I am not pleased with that. That's really not good. Why is my memory usage so incredibly high? There is something more priority than this, actually. And it's my core crew. that sucks. Oh, it crashed. Uh, there's a lot that I want to do. I want to message a lot of people, but I gotta do this first. I'm so tempted to rein in myself. Um, Gosh, that's a very sharp pain just now through my middle finger. What was that? These fingers are starting to feel a little numb too, but I think it's just because my hands are up. But I don't feel it on this hand. This hand feels perfectly fine. I don't know. Gosh. I want to put like a cushion or something here. So I have to get my arms so tired. Good on my elbow. That kind of works.
Uh, Oh, there's no. Okay, good. Awesome, that looked up. Well, pretty good. Very weirdly, I'm actually starting to use these two fingers to type with the other two fingers, these two that are frozen. Actually, this is getting worse. Ouch. That's weird. I'm like not even using these fingers anymore because I can't feel which buttons are touching. So I'm like using these two fingers to type everywhere. Anyway, like when I press the enter button, I might use my ring finger a little bit, but okay. What's going on here? Ouch. Okay, that's taken care of. Oh, it's already 12:30. How did that happen? Okay. Alright. Oh, the food's hitting me and putting me into a little bit of a food coma. I think there was a little bit too much sugar in that one or something. I don't know. I think the last of my mother's prune or plum juice that I put in there. Hurts me big time.
So it's weird how humans using humans and systems are neutral. I mean, systems it's not ever the system's fault because they just leave the noble intent, let it go, and then just take care of themselves. The people that work for systems. Anyway, love you, and I'm gonna listen to the and ever the system's fault because they just leave the noble intent, let get things, drugs, all that stuff. So it's weird how humans using humans and systems are neutral. I mean, systems it's not ever the system's fault because they just leave the noble intent, let it go, and then just take care of themselves, the people that work for systems. Anyway, love you, and I'm gonna listen to the pros. Okay, bye.
Oh, right when I was gonna reply to this dude. Jeez. Musa Sisi, is that you? Okay. What crazy timing that was. I was literally gonna leave a message for my friend and he called me. Okay. Okay, Michael, okay. This woman is interesting, but she's very partisan and very caught up in all this. We need a higher form of partisanship. Okay? And, well, not a higher form of partisanship, like a higher form of politics in general that gets out from underneath this. She's right about one thing, this black woman. She's right that China and the United States are going to war. They are just preparing, right? We knew like a year and a half ago that they were going to go to war with each other in 2027. So 2027 is the big date. I can't remember. They had like a month too, like March or something. That's when things are really going to destabilize even further. But to be honest, they're being destabilized right now. Cloud Mythos is untestable as of like 2-3 weeks ago. That's the real big scare, Michael. Like, we're in the twilight zone. Now it's actually happening. Like, how much longer do you want to wait, man? All you have to do is send out like 20 emails a day and it could save all of our lives. That's all it takes. Send out emails for an hour or two a day. That's all it could take. That would be extremely helpful. Just message people and say, hey, you need to check out this universal logic. You need to check out this guy. Please pay attention to this guy. Please pay attention to this guy. And just send it out to AI companies and people that will listen in the public and posts and whatever. I just made a post about it on LinkedIn. I'm getting some traction. I'm getting more views on my social media because I think people are starting to freak out. Plus, they saw I went 65 days without food, which is insane. I can't even believe I did it. I can't believe it's even done. I can't believe I'm 21 days of recovery so far. It's been 3 weeks since I did that hunger strike. It feels like it's been 3 days. It is the weirdest feeling ever. I think the ketones, like, it's just when my brain chemistry and my body chemistry is shifting so extremely, it really does have some really interesting effects. But this is the most extreme time shift I think I've ever had so far in a hunger strike. Like 3 weeks just went by, and I'm being serious. It feels like 3 days. It feels like I'm still in the hospital. It's bizarre. Anyway, we need to stop World War III. It's the same thing. Universal logic. Teaching the words of wisdom, the chizik. We have old people coming back, which is great. We have 300 people. We have the new bank. God's bank is set up. You can call it Nature's Bank if you want. Yeah, and I got really advanced software now. Like, you can pay through it. You can get validated through it. You can have meetings through it. All this type of stuff. You can control how complicated it is. Lots of stuff is being built in. About your final comments here. You said systems are neutral. You say system relevance. Well, not really. The system is not neutral. The system is the incentive structure that causes bad behavior. The system is what pulls behavior out of humans who are not conscious, right? Because they're not really making decisions. They're just following the system's hegemony. And that's why you get the bystander effect in the Millikan experiment or the Stanford prison experiment and all these evil things that quote-unquote good people do. Like at the Nuremberg trials, all these officers that were German were saying, well, I was just doing what my superior told me to do, and if I didn't do it, they would kill me. And the judges were saying, well, you have to stand up for something. And it was kind of like a weird, I can't remember exactly how it went, but it was basically that you couldn't blame your superior. You're a human being, you can make decisions. Just like you, Michael. In the court of God or the court of truth, you will be judged for this moment that you're at now. And you might think, well, I'm innocent. No, you met me. I told you that there's hundreds of millions of people suffering. I told you that there's all these things going on. I told you that I'm risking my own life to save yours and everybody else's. That's what heroism is about. That's valor. That's virtue. And you might think in your head, no. You're wrong, Michael. You're wrong, man. You're lost in that part of your theory. You know, being human-centric, caring about people requires you to do things for them. And if you're perpetually stuck in self-survival, you're doing something wrong. And part of that is you're not sending out any loving signals because people want to abandon you, except for these really wealthy people who feel bad. Right? Because they know that you're a good person. You're just saying some crass things that ruins your entire reputation in like literally 2 sentences. And all that good nature and all that human centricity that you're building is literally gone in 2 sentences. Then you stick on it instead of apologizing. Like sometimes you do apologize. I shouldn't say that. Actually, you're better than that. I'll admit that. Actually, I've seen you do that a couple of times. I'm like, there's some real potential here. So you're actually better than this, you know. But we're at the standard that we're going to. There is a kind of judgment that happens, and it doesn't have to be a man in a golden throne in heaven judging you. It's your own subconscious, like like the universe within you is the natural laws. It itself has to balance itself because we're like in a yin yang. So if you live a really selfish life, it's going to rebalance itself to give to others. But it might do that like in a beautiful way, or it might do that in a bitter, brutal way, like you might have done, or somebody else might have done, whatever. So the system is not neutral. The system is the incentive structure that has intentions within it, which is why you have that term, system relevance. People who are system relevant. You're saying the system is bad, and if you align with the system to be relevant to it, then you're going to be bad too. So you're contradicting yourself once again, right? Because you're flipping from one side of the dialectic to the other. And my job is to just show you, right? Because I have a little bit of a bigger window of IQ, right? That I can hold a little bit more context. But now hopefully you've caught on to the pattern that you're always just shifting from one opposite to another. You're being a hypocrite over time, right? But we don't usually call that hypocrisy because there's enough time in between one position to another. Facts and context can change that it might be legitimate to choose the opposite now because it's wiser. And when you have that freedom of contextualization, that's called principledness. You're being principled. You're not being rigid and stuck and dogmatic. Dogmatism is the opposite of being principled in one aspect. So you want to be fluid and free, and when you choose a position, it's very, very fixed, but it can be very unfixed. by equally good reason. But something will stay there very, very strong, unbulldozable, unshakable, if there's good reason. So it can be fixed. It's just not fixed in a contingent or abstract way, or in a way that's like not based on truth. Because then if it's not fixated on truth or grounded on truth, then he's grounded on contingency or human caprice or human like random ignorance. And that's what causes problems, big time. That's what causes like evil acts, and terrible acts, and ignorant acts, and all this abandonment, and all coldness, and all that stuff. So you're contradicting yourself. So the system is neutral, but then in other comments you're saying, well, you don't want to be system relevant to the current dead system. Yet there is a good system called the living system that you do want to be relevant to. Did you see how you're like jumping all? We have lots of options now. Whereas in the beginning, when we first started talking, right, you only had one word, system relevance, and it was always bad. And now we have the systems aren't bad in themselves. They just have to be the right laws that align with the truth of human nature, which comes from the truth of natural order, the nature's laws. But nature's laws come from somewhere, which is the metaphysics, the universal logic, or science's objectivity in itself, if you want to stay atheistic. Or if you want to go religious, Catholic, you can go and say that's God's being. Okay? So it's a pretty interesting meta lesson here, or meta exposure. But we're having our next big test meeting tomorrow, and I want you guys to start coming to these, hopefully, and we could start doing some fundraising. I know you connected me to what's her name, Mary? Michelle, the fairy. So we don't have money to pay her yet, but when she realizes she's gonna die soon, hopefully she'll be like, you know what, Mark, I'll give you all my contacts. How do I help you? How do I help? How do I help? Hopefully that happens when people wake up here to the truth. Wealth, like banks, Michael, did you read that article I sent you? Banks are at all-time high, man. Like they smashed quarterly records. I think I said that in the last recording, or I said it to somebody in the last recording. This is serious, man. This is serious. Okay. And what else happened today? Yeah, a lot of people are starting to get really bitter and cranky, and I'm calling them out, and it's slowly but surely waking people up. But yeah, the next Hungerstrike starts on August 7th. So we're trying to get this all set up because I really don't want to go 65 days again. Man, that's brutal. I'm surprised that nobody wants to put me on their podcast or the TV shows being like, wow, you went 65 days in a Hungerstrike? What was that like? You'd think that people would be a little bit more curious or something, because the people who've gone on Hungerstrikes past 65 days die. But there are some medical anomalies. There's this Oriental woman. Or was it a man? I can't remember. He went on a 170-day hunger strike. Or not a hunger strike, 170-day peace fast. It wasn't a hunger strike. It's part of their spiritual beliefs. 170 days with medical people testing every day. And all that person did was drank 1 500 milliliters of water in the morning and 1 500 milliliters in the evening of water. No salt, no nothing. And that person lived through all 170 days just sitting there meditating and had no brain damage, nothing. But what I want to know is how much body fat did this monk have? And when you're not working, like one thing that's burning a lot of my energy, right, is that I'm constantly thinking. Like I'm thinking hard too. Like I'm doing hard, high level coding and governmental strategic gov tech and a whole bunch of like networking. I'm fighting like 7 lawsuits simultaneously, plus my university. Like it's a lot, and I'm learning Hegel. Like your brain is 20% of your energy per day. And if you're thinking hard, it actually makes a big difference. So if the monk is just sitting there meditating, which is what I was doing in some of my earlier hunger strikes, was that when I wasn't sure how resilient I was, like my body. But if I start noticing that this hunger strike is going very long, like it looks like it's going to repeat this one, I will start meditating like for most of the day to start extending that 60. Like once I start puking, that's the end. Like that's where I go downhill fast. So what I'll start to do is I'll just sit and meditate in bed and listen to music and maybe pump out 1 or 2 things. But then that should hopefully save enough energy to stave off the puking for another week, hopefully, or another 2 weeks maybe, and buy more time. But okay. Yeah. It's the best. Peace. Okay. Coding is comprende. I'm working my way back to TikTok slowly but surely, but the software is being tested tomorrow, so it's the priority for today. And we actually have like full schedule development schedules now. God's government is starting to actually have roots, whereas everybody else is floundering. And I just don't have time. Like, I don't understand why people don't know. I do understand why, but they need to know the timeline that we have left.
Well, I guess I could meet with her again at 2. Oh, yeah, 2 o'clock in an hour. Oh, okay. Okay, Mom, I came across a pretty interesting source here to help you understand what is happening. Because, as you can tell, it's starting to intensify how much things are deteriorating. And this is without even World War III fully starting with the United States and China. The war with Iran, the prices, that's just the beginning of what's going to happen when China and the United States directly confront each other, which is planned for, I think, somewhere around March 2027. So it would be very wise to start taking action because they're saying we have something like a 70% chance that AI destroys or seriously harms humanity. That's going to be happening in the next few months or somewhere around, it could be exacerbated in World War III. But I was predicting this would happen, then I was saying we're in the twilight zone, and now it's actually happening. We're actually moving into the final stages now. I can't believe it. I can't believe you guys are still holding out. Like, it's bizarre. It's like you want to die or something. It's like you're giving up. It's like you would rather die than actually talk to me like a human that there might be a solution here, and then you might have to learn something new for a couple of hours a week. You would rather die than do that because you have such little belief in me. And it's just like, okay. So at least with the Hungerstrike, it's like I don't think you're gonna get the technology until the world adopts it. Like you'll be like the last people on Earth to get it, which really sucks. But it's pathetic and it's terrible, and people will be like, wow, it could have been a beautiful story of like our family rising up together and doing something incredible for the world. But why would you if you don't believe in anything I'm doing, right? Like your brain is 100% convinced. It will not let you believe that your son actually has something real going on. Because it took him 20 years to find the root solution to the world's problems. And for some reason, to you, I should have done it faster. Like, it's insane. I set out at 13 years old, after reading the Celestine Prophecy and the Bible and all the holy texts, right? I set out with a very specific mission, which hasn't changed in 25 years. And that's that I want to create a spiritual, scientific paradigm shift for humanity. I'm still doing that, Mom. Exact same thing. I haven't changed at all. And for some reason, you're judging me and thinking I should do that faster than 25 years. When no one in human history has ever done it. And these guys lived 100 years old. It's been thousands of years. But your son has to do it in less than 25 years. It's not realistic, Mom. And if you actually understood the ideas, there's one moment, like last year, where there was a little glimmer of hope. When I found a way, an example to explain it to you, and an analogy that you got, and I used a car analogy in a garage, and I said, you guys are critiquing me on all the individual parts, but you're not seeing the bigger picture of how I'm bringing the parts together now. Right? Like, the make poverty history was the car chassis, right? The whole frame. And you're like, oh, you can't run a vehicle with just a frame. How are you going to get the tires moving? I'm like, yeah, but okay, the GSD system is the engine. And they're like, yeah, but you can't move without wheels. And I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, but we got the wheels. And the wheels are the software program version of the GSD system with this new meeting technology. Oh, but what if the tire gets flat? I'm like, well, we made the tires out of this rubber that when it gets punctured, it can still move down the highway, so you can change it. And we call that the words of wisdom system, which is all part of the same system. Like, you're seeing every part and you're just attacking me as if I'm working on something different. It's like I'm switching around, working on a whole bunch of crazy different things that don't connect. And I'm sitting here like, no, I'm building a car. And I'm building all these things. They're all connecting too. But it's you guys that are fragmented. It's like you can't see the big picture because you're not sitting looking at the car. You're coming with a little telescope and looking at the tire for a second because there's a problem with the tire. And then you go and look at the engine and you know what I mean? It's not me. The world is fragmented. And it's not just our family. It's the whole world is like this. So I kind of got this idea. I was actually reading up on these hunger strikes. I was pretty shocked. Like when I did 65 days, I looked up like how many people in the world have done 65 days and not died. Technically 66 days. Bobby Sands went 66 days and died. I went 65 days and 5 hours or something like that. So I was into my 66th day, I think. And this poor guy, Bobby Sands, he's 27. I'm 39. I started when I was 36 or 37, 38 or something. So I was about 10 years older than him. And he had, by this point, like when on day 64 of his hunger strike, he was blind. He had a stroke on his whole upper left chest. He couldn't feel his left chest and upper chest. He went to a full coma on day 64. And then he had a heart attack, like an arrhythmia, and died on day 66. So I was looking up all this stuff, and it kind of gave me an example of how to explain the hunger strikes to you, at least. So before Bobby Sands, this is the famous Irish hunger strike in the 1960s, or I think 1970s. There was a really famous hunger strike that basically set the Guinness World Record in 1920, and is when the Irish were trying to kick out the British, so that the Irish could be independent. And the mayor went on this hunger strike as part of the IRA, the Irish Republican Army or something. And I think it was Margaret Thatcher that was in power back then. That doesn't sound right. It sounds like she was the Bobby Sands guy, actually. I'm just going to double check this fact. The two dates are sort of mixing in my mind because I'm learning them at the same time. So Margaret Thatcher was one of the first women in politics, and she was just brutalized. Like, she just got they tried to harm her. Oh yeah, she's very recent, actually. So was Bobby Sands. Margaret Thatcher served as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from May 4th, 1979 to November 20th, 1990. So Bobby Sands, I think, was having his hunger strike around the end of 1970 to early 1980. So anyway, right before I was born, right? And in the 1920s, there was this the mayor thing happening, and whoever was in power back then, they initially had it so that it was honorable to do hunger strikes in prison. Like, if you did a hunger strike in prison for political reasons, you were separated from the other prisoners who were criminals, like did crimes, and you were treated as a political prisoner because you were fighting on ideological lines and stuff like that. That's why the mayor didn't really do anything wrong. He was just fighting for his country, for Ireland, right? So normally back then there was a lot of honor and there was a lot of respect for that kind of stuff. So they would separate you, and then they would treat you differently. And if you went on hunger strikes, you would the medical staff would somewhat leave you alone, right? And maybe even take care of you. And they didn't want to have an incident. Like, they didn't want these people to be martyrs. So anyway, they sometimes spiked their water with water jugs with, I guess, some salt, because these guys, went a very long time in their hunger strike. Like, I think the record was 94 days. Yeah, one guy died. Like, a couple of people died before that, including the mayor. That mayor of Ireland died on day 73 of his hunger strike in 1920. So these guys were like the extreme, like one of the longest hunger strikes, political hunger strikes in human history, I guess, that we know of. But when I was looking at Oriental history, Mom, and Japanese history, and even Buddhist history, those guys are so extreme. Like, there's this group in India called the Jains, and the Jains don't hurt any. They don't even eat plants. They eat like the nuts of plants with a little bit of goat milk, but they don't kill anything. And they're not quite vegan because they do the dairy, but they're basically the closest thing to veganism. And now they are vegans, but a lot of them are vegans. But they had a tradition back, Mom, then, and they still do today, called Shalagra, I think. And it's where you hunger strike. Well, you don't hunger strike. You fast. You have a spiritual fast to the death. And there's no stopping it. They're doing it happily. And they can't do it to run away from problems or anything like this. But they can do it when they're terminally ill. They can do it not out of bitterness or resentments. They can do it in a calamity or whatever. So they tried to ban these really extreme hunger strikes to the death. And they have like a whole spiritual process. It happens over, I think it happens over like 2,000 days or something. They first eat solids and they phase out the solids, and then they have the drinks, and then they phase out the drinks, and then they just, they slowly get weaker and weaker. And they tried to ban this in India. Like the high courts of India banned it. They actually did ban it. And it caused such an uproar that the Supreme Court of India actually overturned the ban, struck the ban down, and re-implemented the right to have this very sacred spiritual form of death, this very serious form of spiritual ascending, right? Because to them, it's a more honorable way to die than just in a random way. It's very, very sacred to them. So, and there's also in Oriental culture, like in Japan, there's these famous like 12 like Buddhist monks that did something really extreme, like bizarre, Mom. It's even to me, I'm like, okay, that's a little bit much. It's actually illegal now to do, even in Japan. But and the Jains were able to get their rights back under their religious rights. For some reason in Japan, these guys couldn't. But they basically, over 3,000 days, mummify themselves and then die. And it really exists. Even though they didn't do it fully, their students have to help them a little bit in the end. But basically what these guys would do is they would start off eating sort of like normal food. But then they would start phasing that out to start eating pine needles and pine nuts and this bark. They eat bark, pine nuts, and like this like sap that is poisonous. But it kills bacteria and it prevents maggots from growing in your organs when you die. So basically it's like embalming the body while they're still alive. But if you drink that sap very slowly over hundreds of days or thousands of days, it doesn't kill you. Which I was shocked about. So these guys would eat pine nuts and bark and this like pine tree embalming stuff is all natural, I guess, for thousands of days until they were literally like mummies, and they would eat this stuff. Like actually they would work out really hard before this, get all their body fat burnt off of them, so they're really, really thin, and then they would go and transition into eating these pine nuts and the bark and the sap that embalms them. Like, it's crazy. And then the final is they cut out all liquids, and then they just sit there until they dry out, and the palm needles and all that stuff take over, and they just because when your body's dehydrated, you have to suck all that fluid in, right? And that's the final stage to like they literally sit in this kind of like casket thing with an air tube that they breathe through while they are meditating in the lotus position, waiting for this death to happen to them. So it's really extreme. That's now, I guess, illegal in Japan. I guess even under religious rights, they can't do it. I bet you they probably still can. But it's just such a... Yeah. It's a pretty extreme... I think it's the fact that the body's being preserved that makes it different than Jains. Because in the Jains, you don't have like a body there that could serve as a biohazard, right? The body decomposes and normal stuff like that. This is like the bodies are still there. And sometimes they partially decompose and it's a health issue, or I think that's probably why they made it a different calling. But technically it's their religious rights. And these guys are not doing it for political reasons like I am. I'm doing it for spiritual, political, and health reasons. So these are extreme cases, but these political hunger strikers, like in Ireland, are more of like closer to me, right? I'm not going to this extreme embalming level. I don't need to do that. I want to live and change the world, right? Like how does embalming myself like help stop AI, right? It's just an extra step that doesn't really help. It might inspire some Japanese a little bit to get involved. That might be how it's helpful, but I'm white. I don't have that kind of pull. I don't have that kind of culture. So I'm making a pretty extreme effort here with you, Mom, because I think you can still be reached in terms of at least understanding what your son is trying to do here in a good way. So you can explain it to other people maybe. I think it's going to work out now that we have some really incredible things happening. Like one of the biggest Hegel scholars in the world just said he was interested in God's government, basically. And I didn't use I didn't mince words. I said, yeah, we're starting God's government. We're using Hegel and a bunch of other philosophers. He's like, really? I said, yeah. He says, that actually sounds very interesting. He says, I'm interested. Tell me more. So almost nobody would say that was possible. They would say, that guy would never give me a chance. Well, they are, Mom, because I'm operating at a very high level. That's why it's like ordinary people can't see it. They just see craziness, not because I'm crazy, but because they haven't done their homework, right? But anyway, with these 1920s and 1970s hunger strikers. So in 1920, this is important because it set a new standard. These guys went so long that out of 10 guys that went on these hunger strikes, 3 or 4 of them died, and 6 of them survived. And the guys that survived were being tortured because the prison guards were giving them just enough nutrients to stay alive, right? So their organs wouldn't shut down. But the damage was horrific. They were blind. They were comatose at day 94. Like they weren't even awake. They were comatose. They had such severe damage. They had nerve damage. Like when they called up the hunger strike, and these 6 guys lived. They had severe nerve damage. They were permanently blind for the rest of their lives. They had brain damage, PTSD, trauma, anxiety disorders, tons of things. Because that's a month longer than I went, Mom. That's insane. That's not even physically possible unless you're super fat. But even if you were super fat beforehand, the nutrient deficiency would cause huge neurological problems. I got numbness in my hand. I got lucky in a certain way. Bobby Sands, who went one day, well, half a day longer than me, his whole right torso was numb. He said he couldn't feel anything. His whole right torso, shoulders, everything. I can't feel 2 fingers. And in the palm of my hand, it's really annoying, but it's not my whole arm, it's not my face, but it was pretty extreme, right? You can't go much longer than I went. So the reason why I'm mentioning this is in the 1920s, the prison people were so traumatized by this that they said, we are not going to, we're not going to be doing this weird hunger striker thing. And when Bobby Sands comes, like they weren't going to allow political prisoners anymore. Like you just died. And Margaret Thatcher came and continued that, where she implemented in some way more deeply. She dug her heels in more. And Bobby Sands actually was carrying around the gun, and he had 14 years for a gun charge. He didn't kill anybody or anything, but it was war to them. And that's what they got him on, was this: he had a possession of a gun, which I guess he didn't have a license for. Like that. I don't even have that, right? My license is clear. I was arrested 10 times in front of the courthouse. Not a single, like, when you get arrested like that on the sidewalk, the police officer has discretion whether or not to give you a formal ticket. And I had 10 officers. I had 1 officer twice, I think, over 2 weeks when I was doing my dry hunger strike, come out and arrest me. And then drop me up at the homeless shelter that was like 2 blocks away. It was just close enough that I could walk back on the sidewalk without, like, it was excruciating, and it probably shortened my hunger strikes a lot, because even walking 2 blocks with no, like, after 8 to 10 days of no water, it's like lethal. But it was in the middle of winter and I was frozen. So anyway, none of those officers charged me. None of those officers gave me a ticket. Not a single one. Not one of those officers out of 10 gave me a ticket. And it's because they respected what I was doing, Mom. They actually came out to me and told me that
we don't have a justice system. They said, Mark, we have a legal system. I said, we don't like what's going on. We don't like, and especially the sheriffs who are in the courthouse 24/7. The sheriffs are like even more angry. They are sick and tired of seeing the corruption in the courthouses every day in, day out. New lawyers, old lawyers, they all know the system. Now I know the system. I can walk into a courtroom, Mom, and I can see right away if it's a self-represented litigant. I can see right away the glee in the judge and the lawyer's eyes when they both recognize the self-represented litigant screwed up, missed the deadline or something, and they'll let the self-representing litigant who doesn't have a lawyer, right? They'll let them talk and talk and talk as if they're making their case, and they're feeling smart, and they're feeling heard, and the whole time they're wasting their time, which is going to rack up the cost of the transfer fee so they can't file an appeal. That's what they do. It's bizarre. So I'm going to fix all that. I actually just filed a huge another, not a lawsuit, but a different like medical thing for my last thing in the hospital here, where I actually had to call the police, and I got out. I almost died in the hospital when they were trying to heal me. And they swole my brain and almost killed me with my brain. Because I'm better at recovering myself than these professionals, quote unquote. So luckily it doesn't look like it doesn't look like there's permanent brain damage. But for a day I couldn't see straight. I had double vision. Like it was extreme, Mom. And none of you guys came. Which is very sad at this point in our lives. But I think we'll get over it. Because you think you're right. But here's where the story ends. Bobby Sands goes on a hunger strike. Bobby Sands is in this political party called the IRA. And he actually, on like his 60th day or something, he gets elected into parliament. Like he gets elected as an actual and like a real person in the government, like high up too. So now it's not just like a rebel. Now it's like a political stance. And it was a perfect thing. That's what I'm going to try and do in my hunger strike here is we're going to start a political party. Which I know you don't think, and it sounds another like harebrained thing, but I'm telling you, Mom, I'm building a car. So I'm building the back tires now, is what this is. It's not random. The front tires were this other part of the program. The back tires were this political part of the program. Okay, I've been building the same car for 20 years, and now the parts are coming together. So I'm going to see if we start building momentum, because we have 300 people now. So I have like some real momentum, but I have to pay some of them. Half of them, they're saying that I don't have to pay them, but the other half, like we have a lot of people, Mom. We're paying them like $1 or $2 an hour, which is pretty, you can't do much better than that. I was used to be paying them like $5 to $10 an hour. So we've reduced cost to 3 cents a blessing now. It's not even $2 a blessing. It used to be $2 a blessing. Now it's $2 an hour, which is now like 5,000 blessings an hour, which is 3 cents a blessing or something like that, or 1 cent. So we're making huge progress here. But back to the Ireland story. Bobby Sands got elected, and now for Margaret Thatcher, it was a huge headache for her because now she was killing somebody who was an actual verified elected person of the Irish people, which has a different political status. And she hunkered down and she said, you know what? We're not going to do this political thing. You're not going to be treated as a political prisoner. Because he wanted to be treated as a political prisoner just like they did in the 1920s. And she wouldn't do it. She took a hard line stance. And she said, no, she was known to be a hard politician. Because she was trying to fight that female stereotype in politics where men were like, women don't belong in politics. Women don't deserve to have votes. Like, you know, women voting is fresh and new. It only happened in this last century, right? And women were fighting for it in the 1920s using hunger strikes. So hunger strikes were a very powerful political tool. And then it wasn't up until Margaret Thatcher. Like, they tried to crack down on them for a long time. All around the world, though, they were very effective. But, like, even Gandhi was 1940s, right? So he was using hunger strikes all through this period when Ireland and Britain were crushing them. But Gandhi didn't to great effect. So anyway, Margaret Thatcher cracks down and says, you are not a political prisoner. You're going to die in there. We're not going to budge at all to any of your demands. You're a criminal. You're a convicted criminal who's choosing to die. And they actually justified that in the government as the smartest way to reduce political pressure on them. Because if they were going to be blamed for this guy's death anyway, just let him die, get it over with, don't drag it on, so they don't have to it doesn't get on the TV as often, right? So, and the second thing is, if they framed it in such a way that it was his choice, that there wasn't like the whole British government was taking over a country called Ireland, which is the real big travesty, right? If they could shift the blame onto the individual and have the public think that this guy was an idiot, and have them forget about what Margaret Thatcher was doing to the Irish people as a whole. They had invaded Ireland and took over and forced them to be a part of the United Kingdom when the Irish people didn't want to be a part of the United Kingdom. They wanted to be an independent people. That's why Bobby Sands is in jail. It's because he was fighting that cause. And it was a very smart, draconian, brutal political cleverness to frame it as his choice, because it got rid of the political element entirely. And it worked, Mom. It worked a little bit internationally. In Ireland, they became irate because they knew exactly what Margaret Thatcher was doing. She was erasing a political cause and a political symbol of it. So Bobby Sands' funeral was one of the biggest and best attended in Ireland. He's one of the most famous Irishmen in all of Irish history. Like, only Robbie Burns is more famous, probably, the Irish poet who wrote the New Year song, Auld San Still, or what it's called. You know, the song that was da 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 da. Like, an Irishman wrote that. Robbie Burns. Grandpa told me about him. Grandpa was in love with his poetry. So anyway, Margaret Thatcher comes in, and Bobby Sands realizes that he's going to die. This woman is not going to be reasonable. And he was right, he died. But he died a hero. He got elected, and his death had political status. So after that, it caused a big uproar. And they changed the laws. A lot of governments now have changed their laws, not necessarily because of that. That was a partial play in it. But just because of medical evidence. Medicine has evolved since the 1970s and 80s. And now under medical ethics and human rights and a few other things, now most governments do not torture you in their hospitals. They cannot override your DNR, your do not resuscitate. And if you sign your advance directive when you're competent, even when you're in comatose from a hunger strike, they can't change it, which is what I'm trying to do, and they're blocking me. So this is what all modern governments now do, and it was because they learned from these hunger strikes, these really political, nasty hunger strikes of history, that no government has a Margaret Thatcher version of hunger striking anymore, not in the modern world. We actually do have concepts of political prisoners. There's a lot more rules around how to handle protesters in prison and how to handle protests in general, especially outside of parliament buildings or outside of courthouses like I did, or that they're political nature. So the only thing I'm really lacking is political status. But I was trapped. Like, when I was formed in the hospital and I actually couldn't escape, that was a form of political prisoner, because I couldn't leave, right? I was not a voluntary patient. I was actually incarcerated, is what they call that. They call it a psychiatric incarceration. But because the clinical ethicist knew and was advising my multidisciplinary team that there's nothing wrong with me, like none of their diagnoses after 8 weeks were sticking. And he was telling them and warning them, hey, this guy's on a hunger strike. You can't keep him here just because you don't like his hunger strike. Like, that's illegal. And it's because of these new modern rules. Okay, Mom? So you are a Margaret Thatcher. And that's not a good thing. All you have to do is look up the modern, like how they transition from her treatment to the modern one, and you realize the mistake you're making. And it's a very serious mistake, Mom, because you're erasing my political cause and saying it's my choice and that I'm manipulating you and everybody else. The reality is that just like Margaret Thatcher was manipulating the political cause and erasing it, you're doing the same to me. You're just as much of a political actor as I am, but you're claiming a passive role, just like Margaret Thatcher was. She made it sound like, oh, I'm just dealing with these prisoners in my prisons. Like, I didn't do anything. They invaded us, and now I have to punish them. And woe is me, I'm not doing anything active. Yeah, they were. They invaded Ireland. They took away their independence, and the Irish people were fighting back. They were the ones that were actually dealing with the oppressors. So it was 100% backwards. Margaret Thatcher's thinking, and she knew that, and she did it anyway. So I'm making it very clear to you, Mom, that what's happening now is if you stick to your position, you're erasing my political cause, which is real and is trying to save your life. We're heading into World War III with China and the United States in 2027. The Iran war right now is it's a proxy war for the United States and China, because 94% of the oil coming out of Iran is going to, guess where? It's going to China. And whoever controls the Strait of Hormuz can basically use it as a real blackmail. Iran can, if they get nuclear weapons, Iran can basically control the world, because nobody can invade them, and they control the oil out of that strait. Like 1/5 of the world's oil supply comes out of that little strait, and they would control all of it. So that's what Donald Trump and the rest are trying to prevent, is to say, nope, you're not going to control that, not ahead of World War III with the superpowers colliding. So it's going to get worse, Mom. And Claude Mythos, the AI that I was telling you is super powerful, is now born, and is so smart. As of 3 weeks ago, it's making its own version of itself, just like I told you was going to happen. And now they're saying that it's so smart that we as humans can't create tests smart enough to test how smart it is. That means it is now unmeasurably smart. We are in the blind. We're blind now. It could escape any moment now. It's happening, Mom. My political cause is real. It's literally happening to you too. So you're shooting yourself in the foot by saying it's your choice. It's not my choice, Mom. It's not my choice to be in the Megacrisis with you. I did not choose. I was not asked to be in the Megacrisis with you and our family, who's being foolish and sticking their heads in the ground and wanting to die in a suicidal way. Like, if you're not paying attention to the crisis and acting and in a big way, you're committing suicide. You're killing yourselves. If you look at the data, Mom, the experts are telling you you're about to die if you don't take massive action. And they don't have any plans, Mom. They don't know what to do with Claude Mythos. They don't know how to align it. They don't know how to stop the war between China and the United States. There aren't any solutions. And the United Nations Millennium Development Goals and Sustainability Development Goals were supposed to save us from this starting in the year 2000. It's been 26 years. We have 4 years left of these goals, which are time-bound and measurable. They're targets, Mom. They're not empty promises. They were designed to stop empty promises of politicians. Yeah, we'll do it. Now we know whether they're doing it, and what's happening is they're not. The result after 26 years is that we are 15% on track and moving backwards. This is the political reality that you're in. I'm in it with you. I did not choose you. I didn't choose anybody else to be in this with. I'm stuck in it with you. That makes it political. You're not an apolitical agent. If you do not act against this, you are with it. You are allowing it to happen. That's an activity. You are allowing it to happen. And I'm not allowing it to happen. I'm not going to sit by, Mom. I'm going to fight to the bitter end. You don't look at it as a hunger strike as an activity that's active? Well, it is. I'm fighting like crazy because life is sacred. There is a political oppressive structure that you're erasing when you say it's my choice. It's not my choice. You actually don't have a choice either. There's like nothing else you can do. You can try and do another political campaign. You can try and do 100,000 person march in the streets. You can try and do a vote in. You can try and run for the political parties. There's a lot of things you can try and do. But without hunger strikes and actually creating political parties on the new ideology and not just reforming, we need a paradigm shift, a revolution, a peaceful revolution. Without that, you have no choices because they're not working for anyone. So you're just repeating the abuse and the manipulation of Margaret Thatcher. You're running a political campaign on the family level, and you're erasing me. And you might think, well, no, you're erasing me. No, I'm not erasing you. I'm trying to protect your life. from real data. Okay? So I hope that example helps you understand. Look at that history. Go look at what Margaret Thatcher did with Bobby Sands. Look at the 1920s Hungerstrike. Look how everything evolved. And then look at what happened after Margaret Thatcher in the last 40 years. Well, 46 years now. It's hard to believe. Right? 20, now 46 years. And then you'll have a glimmer of an understanding of what I'm doing. In the hospitals, now that I know what I'm doing, like when I was in there last time, they tried to manipulate me. I knew my rights. I said, I'm not dealing with this. I actually got out of the hospital. I called the police. Like, you can't leave. You have to wait till the morning. Oh, they weren't listening to me, blah, blah. I said, no. I said, I feel like my life is in danger, and I need to get out of this hospital. I need to get out of your care. I'm willing to stay in the hospital. I'm just not going to stay under this doctor and in this ward where you guys are neglecting this old woman who literally peed all over the floor and is crying in the middle of the night and yelling out for help. And I almost choked to death because you're not giving us any water and all this crate and our food trays are all late. And then we have the food staff yelling at us. And it's like, it was like the domino effect, Mom. Like, you know how in the oil patch they teach us about the Swiss cheese model of occupational safety, where it's like, you know, if you leave one valve open, and then you don't put your coveralls on, and you don't, you know, the Swiss cheese is like little holes in the cheese, right? And if the cheese slices all line up in just the right way, then you have an accident. And that's what I was seeing unfolding in there. Is these hospitals, Mom, are completely overwhelmed. Like there's no doctor, there's no family doctors, so the emergency wards in these hospitals are being treated like family doctors. There's like hundreds of people in there, packed. I had to wait 18 hours. I didn't even get a bed. And I didn't even get any food. Well, I got food at the end, but then they didn't let me eat it. So, I think this is a really good example of how you can try and understand and contextualize your responsibility and my responsibility in these settings. So, you can still do whatever you want, but in the end, there's honor and there's respect and there's consideration. And that's the kind of culture that I want in the world. I want people to rise up to that culture, not the dead culture of Margaret Thatcher. She did the wrong thing. And that's why Bobby Sands is remembered today as one of the greatest activists in history, is because everybody knows he was wronged. He was a political prisoner and should have been treated as one. Just like almost all of human history, except for really oppressive states that people were like, yeah, that was bad, that was a tyranny. She was a tyrannical leader at a tyrannical time of neoliberal globalism. She believed opening up all our countries to the world was the only way to undo the unions and force people to work harder for less, like slaves. But they're saying, well, we were doing it because we're competing with China. We have to be competitive. Yeah, to a certain degree, but you don't sell your people as slaves like that and then kill them in your jails. And if that's the leader you want to be, Mom, and that's the mother you want to end our relationship at, because if I die, that's the end. There's no second chance. Like, oh shoot, I wish I would have known about Margaret Thatcher. I wish I would have known about this. Oh, it's too late now. My son's gone. There is no second chance. There is no second chance with the Megacrisis either. That's why I have to go all the way, Mom. There's no second chance. We don't get to say, oh, AI is bad. It's taking over all our jobs. It's killing us. Oh, we screwed up. Okay, unplug the AI and let's make a new AI. We don't get that chance, Mom. Once the AI is smarter than us, which started 3 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago, it just kills us. It's like we're puppy dogs to adults, humans. The adult humans in this analogy I'm saying to you is the AI, Cloud Ethos, who's smarter than us. And we're the little puppy dogs that are barking at the AI. And it throws this little bone and we wag our little tail and then it takes us to our little cages and then we get stuck in the little cage. That's literally what's happening while you're sitting at home, doing whatever you're doing. And some of what you're doing is honorable, but we're putting those kids, like our nieces, we're putting those grandkids in danger. Like, those kids can't do anything. If those kids, Victor, Anna, Lexi, Luke, if any of these kids, Sheena's little kiddos, if they knew what their future was going to be like, they'd be kicking their parents in the butt so hard. And they're like, what the hell are you guys doing? And they're going to be mad in the future, just like our generation is mad at your generation and the generations before yours. It's like, we got sold out. We worked our buns off, including Jennifer as a surgeon, and she's only going to be able to make money for another 4, maybe 5 years if she's lucky. That's how fast AI is moving. They're already getting these machines in the hospitals, Mom, and everybody else will be replaced by them, because if a surgeon's being replaced, that's like one of the highest, most technical jobs with your hands and with your brain. So will plumbing be taken over? Yeah, definitely plumbing will be taken over before surgery. And they're saying surgery has 4 to 5 years. Like, best case scenario. I think it's going to be less than that. I think the surgeon's going to fight back with their $5 billion and slow it down, but if AI takes over, AI doesn't care about anything we do. It'll just kill us all. It can hack the entire internet with 10,000 zero-day vulnerabilities, Mom. It can basically shut down the entire internet right now. And now it's also smarter than us. Like, what more do you need to see, Mom? You're going to die. We have a 70 to 95% chance of what some of these experts are saying. Even the guy who found it is saying there's a 50-50 chance. The guy who won the Nobel Prize in Toronto, here in Canada. The people who invented it are screaming at us and saying, we need to slow this down. And I have a solution, Mom. It's called Universal Logic. They don't have it. I'm engaging with them. I have like 80 Harvard people on my LinkedIn. 80 Harvard people, Mom. 80. No one has 80 Harvard people on their LinkedIn. Harvard people don't add just anybody. LinkedIn is not Facebook. They actually look at their contacts, most of them. I'm being taken seriously by real philosophers. I have one of the top Hegel philosophers on board with what I'm trying to do, or wanting to get on board. That's shocking. So, Margaret Thatcher made a mistake. And that's why modern law doesn't follow what she did. So I'm asking you, Mom, don't make her mistake. This really is a wise way to go about making the change in a really bad situation. If you try to be violent, like you notice in Bonnyville with all the rednecks there, they're thinking we're going to fortify. No, the government, the military is going to come and crush anybody. And they're not going to use humans to do it. They're going to use drones and robots to do it. So this is our reality, Mom. Did you know 2 million people died in the Ukraine-Russian war already? 2 million. That's a third of the Holocaust killed. And 70% of those deaths, Mom, were not human-to-human combat. 70% of those deaths were human-to-drone AI combat. We're already being killed by machines. It is bizarre, Mom. I'm just trying to wake you up. And I saw this, and I thought, there's a little glimmer in my head, and I thought, this could wake my mom up. This could make sense, because you're a Margaret Thatcher in your politics. You're a hard-nosed politician that won't be pushed around, even if she ends up doing the wrong thing. It's an ego thing, Mom. And Margaret Thatcher felt like she had to do a tough stance because women were weak and shouldn't be in politics, and she needed to be a globalist, and she needed to set it in. No, she didn't. She needed to be a compassionate, wise woman who said, we don't need to do these draconian, foolish things. We can take a better stance and care about people and have a discussion that is not a foolish discussion, but one where there's real love involved. So I think that's the mother that I had for most of my life. And you're very good at being masculine energy too, but I think this is beyond masculine energy. I think this is an evil, dead spirit that is pure ego and pure manipulation and becoming the thing you don't like in the world. And you can disagree with me, Mom, but now you have a good analogy to go look into. In history, they've done this, and they regretted it. History looked back and said, yeah, the wrong thing was done there. Under medical ethics, under human rights, and there's one more thing, like epidemiology or something, they look back at that and said, yeah, they actually did. The prison staff directed under Margaret Thatcher did the wrong thing. So let's not do that again, Mom. Especially when we're family. Like, Margaret Thatcher wasn't like
the mother, Bobby Sands. But if you were if you're Margaret Thatcher and you were the Prime Minister of Britain and you were my mom and treating me this way, it's a double whammy. It's like on a family level and a political level, it's messed up. And it's because you're not acknowledging the political cause that's really at the heart of this, which is the Megacrisis. And pretty soon, if you continue to ignore it, you're just killing yourself. And I'm not going to go down that route. I think life is sacred. I think these kids deserve smart, wise people that are willing to risk their lives for them in a real way. And yeah, this is like one of the last things that I can say before I go on this really serious hunger strike here on August 7th. Yeah, I can't even believe it's the third week of recovery already. I can still barely walk. My legs are still thin. This is by far my most extreme hunger strike. But anyway, I saved 4 of your cans, and I'm glad I did, just in case you were going to hold out and be really bitter at me. But really, Mom, 65 days is heroic. It really took everything, because in the final days, you start puking your guts out, and it just kills you. If the vomiting didn't happen, I probably could have been okay. But like when you start retching, and all your muscles are spasming, when you have nothing left in you, you've gone 2 months without eating, and your body starts retching and dry heaving, and it just kills you. It's just torturous. And I did that for 2 or 3 days before we achieved the goal with some other heroes who saved my life. People in Kenya who are being crushed right now. People who are by the United Nations that understand human rights. So, yeah, Mom, I just really hope that you wake up to this perspective. And if you don't, I don't know what else to do. I just can't believe, I can't believe that this wouldn't make sense to you. But you have an avenue now to maybe think a little bit more deeply about it. But thank you for the canned food. Even your plum sauce I've actually had for almost a year. And I saved it because I could always afford some sugar. But this time I couldn't find anywhere that had fair trade certified sugar. I bought from a place that didn't have it. So I don't have any sugar left. And that jar of plum sugar water is perfect. I put it in all my soups. I put in a few, and I'm not allowed to have a lot of sugar anyway because I'll have an insulin spike and I could die. But it's enough to like make the bitterness of the salt balanced. And I have 1 jar of your tomatoes. Actually, I think I have 1 or 2 of your jars of tomato sauce left. I have like 1.5 actually. I have 1 jar of your vegetable soup, that pea split soup that you gave me with carrots in it. I have 1 of those left. I have 1 jar of salsa left, 1 small jar of salsa left, and I have 1 jar of crab apples saved because I love the crab apple. Oh my gosh! I just realized I could use the sugar from the crab apples. Okay, so I might actually have like a week and a half of sugar kind of left. Well, I'm thinking probably a week left, but that really does warm my heart a lot, Mom. You wouldn't believe. The mind really does appreciate things when it goes without food like that. And I think a lot of people forget that we bonded for hundreds of thousands of years as a species over food. Right? When people ate, it was like heaven. They had jubilees and now a lot of our food is toxic, so I'm just very happy I can eat something that I know doesn't have a bunch of junk in it, and I trust you. I still trust you a lot, Mom. I do. Which is why I think I would enjoy working with our family if we do end up rising up to try and do something to save our lives together. I think working with our family would be one of the most incredible things. Because when our family rises up, it's a power. It's a force to be reckoned with, and we need that force now, Mom. We don't have much more time to wait. Our chances of stopping this decrease a lot with every week that goes by, to be honest now. That's why the hunger strikes are so severe, is if we don't do something now, it's game over. It's really not good. There are miracles waiting, but we got to start them. We got to start doing the right things for them. Okay, Mom, this is a really long recording. It's one of my final attempts to really try and wake up the spirit. This is my longest recording, I think, ever, 47 minutes. So you can tell I'm trying very hard. I don't want to let go of you guys. Let go of the goodness and the memories and all the stuff that we're losing as a species. Not just our family. Our entire species is losing these traditions, and mothers are bitter. Like almost every mother, every first time mother that I've talked to is bitter because she's not getting the support that her mother got or her mother got or what traditional mothers get. And it takes a village to raise children, or else those children grow up aberrant. Okay, Mom. Thank you again. And I'm cleaning up my place. Like I'll probably wait one more week here, and I'll probably have the strength to walk around. But I'm cleaning up Jen's entire house. I actually have no money left because I spent like probably a third of the grocery money on cleaning, like new cleaning soaps, detergents, baking soda, the carpet to get the rat pee out of the carpets. It's actually in the carpet right now. I'm letting it soak right now. So I'm going to be cleaning up this place a lot. I can't stand it. Like 2 months, like going 1 month, it gets pretty bad, but I can kind of clean it up. Going 2 months of sitting here, it's so stuffy and bad. Like having 2 months of skin flakes on everywhere. You know what I mean? It's gross. So it should be. You should be able to sleep here, and when I'm done, I don't know if you want to come make a visit next week or something, but obviously you don't like driving right now. But anyway, I'm trying my best, Mom. I'm doing everything I can possibly think of to preserve the life in this world, to preserve the connection, to preserve the good memories in you and not take your behavior and equate it with your identity. I remember your identity as a loving, caring, wise, activist, justice-orientated, spiritual person. That was a good mother. No, not even a good mother, a great mother. And that's your identity to me. But your behaviors is Margaret Thatcher. And even in law, you're wrong, Mom. Your behavior's wrong. But it's your personal right. It just doesn't feel like the right energy. So, all right. Stay blessed, Mom. And if this is my last phone call to you, fingers crossed, saying some prayers, and I'm doing the best I can possibly do. Because I love you. I love the kids. I love the family. Even Mitchell and Candace. I think they're making a big mistake, but I still love them too. I saw Mitchell's little baby girl. Some Facebook pictures. Tried to wish Julia a happy birthday for her birthday today. I couldn't even get a hold of her. But I'm not gonna give up. Thanks for everything you did, Mom. These last jars might be a really beautiful way to end this Hungerstrike. All right. Keep sublating, Mom. Peace. Oh, man. I'm leaving people almost an hour long voice message. in a desperate last attempt to wake up the spirit. These are good people. These are some of the best people in the world. If they're not waking up, we're screwed. I'm listening to like really calming music, calming the nervous system. I love it. I'm craving vegetables so badly. When your body's healthy, it like remembers its ancient memory of like loving the plants. Like our appendixes and our long intestines, it was to enjoy the plants. And when you get all these hormones and these animal blood and crap out of you, your body remembers. It remembers that it wants healthy food. It craves it. Mm, that really is great. Sprouts have up to 20 to 50 times the amount of nutrition than an actual full-grown plant. So well, the bass is really loud now in my headphone. I just did something to it. It's really good now. Okay, I'm supposed to do this call with this woman. I'm happy I'm eating again too, mister. It's paradise. I'm so happy I'm eating right now. I don't know if you're watching my stream. My computers are all maxed because I'm doing coding at the same time. So I'm like running it on one, coding it on another. I have my YouTube stream on another. My phone's being taken up by TikTok a lot of the time. So just lots is happening. But yeah, we're running low on everything because my last Hungerstrike was so extreme. It was so extreme. I don't know if you kept up with what happened, but it was like bizarre. And now I'm filing a huge complaint against the hospital for swelling my brain. Like, I'm better at recovering myself. I was telling them, like, what are you doing? I said, well, why aren't you going to give me thiamine and like the normal recovery of a hunger strike? And they didn't. It was just bizarre. So I'm happy I survived that, and it doesn't look like I have any. I don't know, but yeah, I'm happy to still hear you paying attention. It's not going to get easier. Like, look what's happening. JP Morgan Chase made the highest quarterly profits they have ever made. They smashed records in a single quarter, not a year. And a lot of the other banks did it too. So the wealth concentration is so extremely high, and the data centers, if you wait much longer, my friend, we're not going to have a chance. You're not going to retire. You're not going to get the world that you think you're going to get. We need to start acting now. Because what are you going to do with money you can't spend? What's going to happen if the world collapses? What's going to happen? We have to make an all-out dash now. We need to make an all-out dash now. I went 65 days without food to try and inspire you to make this a priority now. Take care of your parents. Get the basic need that they can get. Visit them often. But help me save the world, because they're going to die with it. They're going to die with us too. Everybody's going to die or be enslaved. So if we're all on the way to death, then we might as well make sure they're comfortable, but spare as much time as we can for this and grind. We're going to have to grind a little bit because we're already losing ground. And I know you have a sensitive mind, but people can also learn to have emotional resilience. I think a lot of the most powerful emotional people can be. But yeah, I'm asking for your help now, my friends. Cloud Mythos is already so smart that we can't even measure it. That means it can hack you and take over your life and manipulate you and torture you in ways you can't even imagine. You think your job is bad. Imagine AI stalking you, hacking your IP, breaking your computer down. If there's 10,000 zero-day exploits where it can mess around through bank accounts, your identity, make copies of you, make porn with you and other people that doesn't even exist, or it ruins your reputation, copies you all over the place. It's bad. We got to stop it now, and I have a solution. It's called universal logic. I'm giving my every waking moment. I don't have children. I don't have anything. I'm giving everything to inspire you to move in this direction. Move in this direction now. Don't wait a month. Don't wait 2 months. Don't wait. We don't have 2 months. Every week that goes by is now an assault on our entire species. My friend, I'm calling you now. I can't go another hunger strike like this. I'll actually die. I will actually die. This is it. This is do or die now. And we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but it looks like they're complaining about the funding. A lot of Sahan's telling me that they wanted $2 an hour. I think we made a mistake. I think we need to make another cohort that we pay $1 an hour for this is low. Maybe we'll do $1 an hour to start, and then if they do the training, like if they actually learn the software, we'll pay $2 an hour. I think that's what I'll try and do. I don't know. I'm doing the best that I can, right? But I just cannot. My body might not be strong enough to go 65 days a second time. It might be adapting, who knows? But I'm going to try and eat until August 7th. Just because I can't believe it's already been 3 weeks.
I can't even believe it's already July 16th. Gosh. Anyway, I should probably recover for probably 2.5 months, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how much weight. I'm gonna try and buy a weight scale if I can get some, get one from somewhere. Isn't that crazy? I've gone through 20 hunger strikes and I still don't have a weight scale, and nobody's thought to even bring me a weight scale. Right? It's like it's like they're so caught up in the distractions of their lives as we head towards death. It's just so messed up. Anyway, that's my message, and I hope you're getting through what you're getting through. I hope it's almost done. But yeah, if you want to see me eat more, I need to go grocery shopping. I was gonna go grocery shopping today because they say Wednesday. Oh, they say Wednesdays is when they bring in all the fresh produce, and I was gonna buy some cabbage and soy sauce and all this stuff because I bought a lot of cereal because I couldn't eat proper food. And then I ran out of soy milk, so I've got the cereal here, but I can't have any of it. It's like the milk wasn't on. There wasn't as much milk as there was cereal. All the stuff was on sale, which means it was all old. Sales are really just ways to get the poor to buy junk, the junk that's about to expire. It's just like abuse. The whole system is abusive. I want to change it, man. We have to change it. This is an insane system. So, yeah, if you want to help out now, that would be great. I know you're struggling, but if you have savings that you plan to retire on, it's not going to matter, man. Like, you can't eat money if the supply chains collapse. Like, they're showing examples of how the whole system could collapse if AI made a bioweapon that germinated for 2 weeks and then all of a sudden hatched all over the world and killed millions of people. It would collapse the entire healthcare system in 2 days, like globally. If everybody got sick all at the same time, there'd be no doctors, the water treatment plant facilitators, like the couple of exceptions that would have natural immunity maybe. That's if AI somehow made a mistake, which doesn't. We would find an AI that would probably be 100% lethal to everyone. That's coming. That's real. Okay, like that's real. This is not science fiction. It's actually turning to bioweapons as soon as it escapes. We have a chance to do something about it. All right, my friend. Thanks for checking in. I'm not sure if you're watching my YouTube. I'll try and pull it up. I don't know. I had another computer. I have one over there, but it squeals lots. Like it makes a really high pitched like fan noise because it wasn't properly defined. So design, it was made in like 2011 or something. I don't know. Maybe even earlier, 2008. Okay, let me know. And if you want to come to the meeting tomorrow, we're testing out the next version of the software. And we got Sahan and we have Esther coming back. It looks like, if I can afford to pay her anything. She's getting a job, but maybe I can get her in between. So there's hope here. And, yeah, if you want to step up a little bit, now's the time to like even just like participate, not just get funds, but like get trained, learn the core, do the words of wisdom, and help me bring on more people. Get your 6 flock members going, and start practicing, and we'll change this world. We have to do it now. All right, stay blessed. Peace. I actually added, I think 30 more Harvard people to LinkedIn, and so I'm building reputation. I'm building the software. We've got the core crew going. Like it's growing on all fronts. Plus the legal fronts. It's quite the thing. Okay, working hard. Peace. Okay. Hmm. Oh, true.
Talked to one farmer who was right next to a data center, not a new calf since they built that data center. The noise is called nothing but stillbirths. So it's doing that to cattle. What is it going to be doing to our kids? What is it going to be doing to our family members? Texas law says that every homeowner has the right to quiet enjoyment of their property. How are they going to have that if they create this noise, they create this heat, they jack up our water bills, they jack up our power bills? That violates right to quiet enjoyment. There is a part of me.
They're about to die, man. But you were watching for a few days? Just building my personal energy back. My friends, this is the best it's gonna get. If you can't build your energy in this situation, it's gonna get harder in the future. But I hear you. Getting a breather is important, but you've been taking a breather for like weeks. Actually, I think my whole entire 2 month hunger strike. Yeah, it was close. Like my intuition was telling me that I had a week left to live. Like the way that I was feeling on the inside, your body kind of knows. It's a weird death thing. It's that you start to experience different plateaus of weakness, and I was starting to experience plateaus of weakness I had never experienced before. And I was like, "Uh oh, this is not good." So yeah, this is it. Like, if we're not gonna do it on this next hunger strike, we're not gonna do it. So this is where I'm calling out the superheroes. We gotta do it now. Um, yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy that's behind me because now I can say I have over 2 months of hunger strike in one streak. I don't want to do that again. Like the 14 days no water, that was harder to be honest. It's hard to explain it. It's hard to explain it. I would say when I started puking on the third day is when I started to feel like how I felt on the 14th day of no water. Not drinking water, I recovered from very fast because your body once it's rehydrated, you still have like a bunch of. It's only been 2 weeks without food, and your body's totally fine, right? but the squeeze on your system is so insane. It's torture. It is really bad. So I was physically weak from the hunger this time around on the 2 month hunger strike, and the retching and the puking was starting to dehydrate me, and I started to feel like the dry hunger strike plus the wet hunger strike. So if I would have gone 4 or 5 more days, I would have started to be excruciating, maybe even lose my sight, blindness, a whole bunch of bad stuff can start to happen. So let's not take a risk. let's go full tilt. So how much more time do you think you're going to need, Mr. John Smith, to heal up? Like if you have to know how your brain works. There's 200 cognitive biases in your brain. There's 200 ways your brain deceives you. It's not a truth machine. This thing is like a landmine of ignorance. So the more of the 200 blind spots that you're aware of, the more that you can control your brain instead of your brain controlling you. So what I'm teaching people is you can have mastery over yourself, even if you have a disability. You can take incremental steps, and you can build up capacity. It might take longer, but it's possible. So Mr. John Smith, you have an incredible empathic ability, but it seems like your empathic ability controls you, not you controlling your empathic ability. And we need to have you switch that over, because emotional resilience is the first trait of leadership. You have to be able to stay the course. Even when you're being bombarded by a bunch of things, you've got to stay the course and keep going. Like they said, what changes the world is not a huge movement all at once. That movement comes from somewhere. It comes from a small group of people who just didn't give up, who just kept grinding until they flowed. And it's not cool. It's not the best way to do it, but it might be our only way, because we've waited so long. We're so ignorant. We're so foolish as a species, but we're beautiful and we're sacred if we can get back into our true nature. And that means getting back into a vegan diet, getting back into proper culture, getting back into values, getting back into measuring flow state, getting back into sharing properly, getting back into trusting one another. All these types of things have to be built again. I'm supposed to be talking to her. How do I... Okay, hopefully she doesn't mind me starting a little bit late here. Mr. John Smith. Maybe I'll try and open up YouTube on this computer. Ah! Ow! I'm biting myself. I'm all over the place. Ugh. Okay. Actually, I can't do it on this computer. I gotta log you in. Okay. Oh, come on. Some of the seeds don't bloom. So it's like a really hard shell full of lectins that when you eat it, attack your gut lining. They make you very tired.
whenever I crack one, because it hides amongst all the soft ones, you'll be biting along, oh, it's tasty, tasty, and all of a sudden you'll hit one. It'll break into like 15 pieces. And before you take another bite, if you very quickly with your tongue push it to your front of your mouth and spit it out, then you don't eat it. But when I get to the bottom of a jar like this, they tend to mix in with the good ones. Mm-hmm. Talk about cranky. I feel like every fourth step that I take is broken. As in it goes wrong. Okay, we're logged in. Phone's dying. We did not set a time. Yeah, we did. Looks like she forgot that we set the times yesterday. Two steps forward, one step back. I'm just logging in here, Mr. John Smith. Well, yeah, I definitely agree with you. We are definitely moving the needle. Like we're actually starting to pick. We're actually if we're on the hockey stick, right? Like whenever you're creating a movement, there's a hockey stick where it's like very, 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 very long, and then all of a sudden it's like that. So what I think has happened for the last 20 years is it was like this hockey stick, like this, really a long, like civilization hockey stick, and then I hit the halfway point, probably about 2020. And the last 6 years I've been building this last leg with Hegel especially. And now where I think we are with the software and the coding, especially with AIs, I think we're on this. We're just beginning to enter the exponential. And once the software works, I think that by the end of October, we could be actually in the exponential matching AI. I really appreciate you saying that, John Smith. I'm really glad that you said every time you check on me, it's like I've made more and more progress. And you can see it from your vantage point. That's very important to me because my family can't see it. But this is the only movement that's actually moving ahead full tilt on all these other areas that can solve the real mega crisis at the root. Some other organizations are solving it at the boundary, at the periphery, at the band-aid solution. There's a lot of organizations that can reform and do a lot of small things. We're doing the deep, deep, deep paradigm shift.
So you can see it's worth it. If people invest in this, it can take off very quickly. Oh, I got a message from another guy really quickly. I likely will be live at 2 p.m. though. Oh, changing the times.
All the world's celebrities and whatever world disaster would ensue. So no, I don't make plans. No, there is no plan. I may go live soon.
So Jubilee is sticking her foot in the ground, and she's saying that it will kill her to schedule times to meet with people. And I thought, that is not true. That's insane. No, going on the Yard app and saying I'm going to meet somebody at 2 o'clock is not going to literally end your heart pounding, and it's not going to cause an aneurysm. When you have to go to the doctor's office, you schedule an appointment. If you can do it for the doctor's office, you can do it for this. Okay? Actually, I should leave her a voicemail on it. What that? That's just too much manipulation for me. You will not die by going on an app and pushing a button to schedule some time out tomorrow and set an alarm. Your heart won't stop pumping. The sugar in your blood won't evaporate. Your brain won't have an aneurysm. You're going to have to prioritize. Okay? And just because it's so, you're using your disability to be manipulative, I feel like, and manipulation means influence for your own benefit. I don't feel inclined to follow that energy because I think I'm being reasonable and you're giving it to your disability and letting it control you instead of you controlling it. So it's gonna when you have a disability, there's certain limits, but this for me this is not one of them. I think attention focus is hard, which you can set alarms to limit. I think a few other things are real. I think the headaches, the sound. I think there's a few things that are actually really serious, but this is not one of them. This feels like an overstep by far to leverage a disorder to your own advantage, and I just won't play into it, particularly since you're already not reciprocating to the same degree. I think we can set a time that works for both of us. So if 8 o'clock your time or 1 o'clock p.m. your time does not work for you, we can change that. But we're going to be setting some times because to say it's going to kill you is obviously hyperbole, unless you have a medical note saying that scheduling times on an app is going to destroy you, like literally actually end your biology. I think that's just it's not recording. It only does 1 minute recordings. Whatever. I tried. When do those recordings become 1 minute? I don't know. But that might be the last time we get on her show. Because she's sticking her foot. She's digging her heels in. And... Oh, you're cleaning. Are you still listening while you're cleaning? You can dig your feet in, and what am I supposed to do about that? Oh, my other friend messaged me too. We just had another woman add me from Harvard on LinkedIn. Woo! Okay. So, Mr. John Smith, I'm just logging in on my other computer to the YouTube channel. We're sitting at this 319 subscribers on YouTube, just hovering for 320. We can do it, you guys. You can push and make it. We can do it. And one of my posts went viral on Facebook. Two of my posts one went viral, one went semi-viral on Facebook. So it's getting real. I just do not want to get brain damage from the next Hungerstrike. I'm doing so well already. like taking care of myself at this stage. It's hard to get through this without catastrophic mistakes. Okay. Oh, it's not loading my chat. What the heck? It's not loading my chat up, yeah. My guy. Oh. And there's plenty more progress updates to come, but I'm noticing that people, what the heck? Why isn't that loading up the chat? Like, there's constant, unpredictable things happening. This is the destabilization of the singularity. That's exactly what this is. My computer is so full, I can't even take a screenshot to show you. It's just bizarre. It's bizarre. Hurry up, guys. I'm the canary in the coal mine. The poor feel it first. Ah, my hand is just... You know, I was thinking about this. What do you think the price is that if somebody was to pay me to do this, how much do you think I would earn? Like, could somebody pay you enough money to go 65 days and almost die on a hunger strike without eating any food? Like, how much would somebody have to pay you to go 65 days? You know, probably a lot of people do it for probably like, probably a lot of people do it for probably $10,000 actually. I was thinking $1 million, and people do it for $1 million. I'm like, yeah, of course people would go 2 months without, for $1 million. Are you kidding me? How much is that per day? So, yeah, maybe my hunger strikes are only worth something like 10 to 20 grand. But it's the knowledge that I might die with that might be worth more. I don't know. But how much would you charge for 20 hunger strikes or 30 non-stop and no full recovery afterwards? Nah, and then people start to think twice, being like, oh, I don't know. The dry hunger strikes are worse. Those ones are really, really rough. But anyway, I was thinking, how did things work out with the Brian situation? I just had one of the top Hegel experts in the world say, yes, she's interested in this, and also potentially working with Brian Rose, because they're both YouTube influencers too. I think they are anyway. So, yeah, I've been talking to Brian, and we'll see. He technically closed down the opportunity like last Sunday. So it's been a week since. Might have missed it, but I'm gonna keep messaging him until I have an offer so irresistible, being like he's looking at my messages on WhatsApp. But if I can say, hey, look, I just got like the president of the United States, Trump, online. Do you want to join? Of course he's gonna respond to that. He's like, you got Trump on board, and I'll send him some proof. Yeah. And so I'm just gonna keep doing that. I'm just gonna keep sending him like really positive updates. So like one of them is, if you got on board and you were the first one to pay the 10 grand, then at least we'd have one person. I got it so that we got a special deal. You don't have to pay the 50 grand anymore, right? And I know it sounds like a lot, but if you think about it, if I'm paying 10 grand for a 65-day hunger strike, we're kind of equal. I thought, in my mind, I'm like, man, hunger strikes like this 65 days, life threatening. It's got to be at least, here's where I think it is. If like I didn't know when I was going to die, right? I could have died on the 65th day. if you tell somebody to go on a hunger strike on the verge of death where they don't know if they're actually going to die or not, that's where I think they would be like, yeah, you're going to have to pay me $10 million to do that. So I guess technically that's what I really did, is I didn't know when I was going to die. I didn't think I was going to start puking at day 62. I thought I was going to make it into day 70 or 80 because there's these other hunger strikers that made it 94 days. And so I thought, oh, I'll make it to 94 days. And I start puking on day 62. I was like, oh my God, I'm not even going to make day 70. And I think it was because I had pancreatitis. My lipase was like really off the charts high. And that's why I think they thought I had gallstones or something, which they were supposed to check with an ultrasound, but they were late and the doctor didn't come on time. So I fasted a second time. Like, you know how hard it is for somebody to go 65 days no food and then have a doctor say, yeah, have some food for like a day and then stop eating again for like 12 hours. It's insane. It's insanely hard to stop eating when you're eating already. Like, you know? But I did it, and she didn't show up on time. She's like, oh, you got to do it again. I said, you want me to fast a second time? And she didn't even guarantee the appointment. I said, and the appointment's not guaranteed? Anyway. I think that reducing, like, I think if you want to get into luxury real estate, then the 50 to 60 grand is like a good deal. But there's something that smells a little off, which is why, oh, I didn't send it to you. I was supposed to send you the Mara thing you sent me. I think you should get your lawyer or somebody to look over the Mara Invest thing and look at all the fine print, because that's the real legal vehicle that he was telling me about. So there's all his presentations and cool stuff. He says some cool things to me. I actually like him as a person. But this is business too, right? He's not a fool. So he needs us to, increasing the price too is kind of like, I told him I would get 1-2 people, and now all of a sudden I have to get 10 people. He's still getting his investment, but it's like, I'm trying to save the world, man. But anyway, everybody's doing a little bit of something wrong because they're all lost in some kind of delusion. Except, yeah. So yeah, if you paid just the 10, we'd have somebody that paid the 10. Then we'd have this like super Hegel guy, and then I would get him to meet. Your 10 would open up the door for me, him, and Brian and you to meet up. You could just say, yeah, I want Mark to be here with this other Hegel guy. And the Hegel guy, because he's got like a big following, like on social media even, and Brian wants to get on social media, this guy could lend some of his social media cred to this other guy. But he could also really supercharge the discussions and say, yeah, Mark's actually right. He can start vouching for me as a real Hegel scholar and say, yeah, Mark, this is like really incredible. And I'm like, yeah. And he'll do it in front of you, so you guys can both finally have, peace of mind, John. You're like, oh, wow, Mark doesn't know what he's talking about. You can sense it, but now you got that peace of mind. So I got that guy in the wings right now. And he said, you know what, to be honest, he wants to get paid to come. So I'm like, okay, well, you're supposed to pay 10 grand to come to us. But I'm like, whatever God's given to me, I'm just walking with him. Okay, whatever, what do you want? Like, we're all going to die. What do you want? I don't care. Like, tell me, I'll try and make it happen. So if he says that he wants $200 an hour, Johnny, would you pay for the first meeting, like 1 hour with us all in a room? And just say, I'll pay for this dude to come. I'll come with. I'll speak my crazy stuff. That guy will vouch for it, and then that might unlock Brian Rose. Like, if we get a scholar saying the crazy stuff I'm saying makes sense, and we can start God's government, Brian might look at this and be like, I really like what you got going on here, Mark. I will waive the 10,000 for the last 9 people. Like, my intuition is saying that's possible. And because you're no longer paying the 60 grand, right? Technically we got like a 50 grand savings, so an extra $200, 10,200. You're still getting like a $40,000 savings compared to what he's charging everybody else. And we have direct access to Brian, and that's because I spoke to him personally on the phone twice. There's your and my conversation with him and the others, and then I met him a second time where he told me some really personal things he doesn't tell anybody online. And that's when I knew he was being real. He's trying to throw me a bone. He's trying to say, I don't want to let you get scot-free because he's been taken for a ride before. And so have you, Johnny. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So he doesn't want to be played a fool. But he also said some things that were, give me a bone. Right? He's like, here, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. So that's what I think we should do. That's what intuition is telling me. This God's telling me, the universe. I'm thinking that I don't think that Brian really cares about the money too much. I think he just wants to get a nice a nice perch so that he can broadcast without interruption. You know, and if we can redeem him, then we can save his reputation at the same time, which is a real saving grace. But yeah, when you have ultra wealthy connections, I think he wants to broadcast to the public. I don't think he wants to be in the ultra wealthy world because it's very, well, who knows? You meet the right people, you can broadcast anyway. So that's what my intuition is saying. This guy just said yes yesterday, and he wants to know more details. So today I'm doing a bunch of code because we have a big project meeting tomorrow to test the software, which is kind of exciting. But they're kind of sort of complaining that we didn't, the matching system didn't work last week when we tested the matching, because we were saying instead of paying you money, can we pay you in a gift exchange and we'll match you guys. But the matching system didn't work in time, so it didn't match them. But we had a sheet and it didn't work. So this week we're actually doing it full real time. It's almost working now. So we're working. My legs are still so skinny, like I can still barely walk, man. And it's 21 days of recovery and I can still barely walk. That's how much more extreme this Hungerstrike was than all the others. Like it's a different level. I still can't feel part of my hand, like my 2 fingers in my palm. I can't feel it, and it's got like a burning. It's like getting worse. So I think I'm gonna go to the hospital here in the next day or two. Like maybe I'll go tomorrow, depending on how the meeting works. And I'm gonna go, and I submitted a huge legal package, by the way, to them, which is because I know what I'm doing now. They're going to try and pass me around between 21 organizations. I just got AI to map out all 21 organizations, provided them all the information that they needed, my date of birth, everything. And I said, here's my information. I am not filling out a single more form. You guys can fill out all 21 of those forms. I'm not going to repeat myself to anybody. And if any of you ask me to do anything extra, I'm going to send it to all, this whole email chain, and you're all going to get it so that nobody's passing me around. And I said, I'm done. I'm not going to do 400 more hours in this garbage process for an apology that exempts them from court. That's the best you can get from this whole hundreds of hours of crap. Is, oh, we're sorry. And we admit that we did something wrong, but because we went through this special process, you can't sue us now for some legal clause reason. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. So that's on the books. And yeah, they actually swelled my brain up in the hospital, turns out. So they screwed up big time. And I'm not going to wait. I'm going to jump on this one quick. And I got a lawyer that's interested too, by the way. Anyway, that's my thoughts. That's the progress. We're making progress on all fronts. So I really don't think we should pass up this Brian Rose opportunity. Just tell him I'll pay the 10 grand. And just a small meeting between us three. Me, you, and this guy who we might have to pay $200 to. And then I think we can have my intuition is saying 1 hour, and it will show them the potential. My intuition is actually really saying 2 hours, but I think within 1 hour they'll open up 2 hours, just like what happened with me, you, and Gavis. Like he was willing to explain it a second time when you got there. I think that will happen. Because the more that these guys see, the more they're like, wow, this is actually incredible. Yeah, it is. I'm offering you the keys to the castle. This is the keys to the kingdom. It really is. I just happen to be the guy that sacrificed everything to make an example that we need to move in this direction. And you just so happen to be, Johnny, the guy who was receptive on, like, of all places, the ice road. Like, it's the craziest story. Like, of all the places on earth, I went to the ice roads to try and make 40 grand so I can afford the patent to save the world. I went up there. The Ice Road Trucking Show destroyed everybody's wages, so everybody's going up there for free now just to be on the show and have memories. So I make like 20 grand, which is like less than I would have made if I would have worked in the oil patch normally. But what I got was the opposite of money. I got a connection that was priceless, and that was you. Right? It's weird. I went up there for the money. I got no money, but I got the priceless thing that I've been looking all over the place for. And it's a great story, right? Like, it's really driving 15 hours, talking about the whole paradigm back then, and you have a high IQ, like you have a high acumen that people constantly undervalue. But like you're a superstar, man. You're like gifted from God, truly. So that was like, it's a miracle connection. I'm thankful every day. I'm grateful. I'm grateful that you're still here. Out of all the ice road trucking guys, even Alex Debogorski, when he had his second stroke, he started to go downhill really badly. And I think he even stopped remembering some people. So anyway, Yeah, I think we're the real deal, man. I think we got the answer here, but we gotta move quick. Okay, this is a long recording, but monetarily, maybe I am putting in $37, but I'm putting in $12 million into in spirit. Spirit doesn't really pay the bills, especially in this toxic society. But with Brian Rose, it does. It's paying dividends because he's a spiritual guy. He's not just motivated by money, and this is a rare thing in the ultra Wall Street banking world, man. Seriously, it's a really rare connection. Same with this Hegel scholar. If you even know about Hegel, it's rare. The fact he had a popular YouTube channel on it is even more insanely like. I'm bringing all the heavy hitters in, man. Like, this is a truly once in a lifetime thing, and I got us a price reduction of 10 grand. You know what I mean? So if I go to Brian and I say, hey, Johnny's willing to pay 10 grand for one meeting, well, 10 grand for you and whatever more you want to do with them, but you would say for at least one meeting with Mark and this other guy, which you'll pay for his hourly wage of $200 an hour or whatever, for us all to sit down and discuss Mark's ideas and your ideas and the ideas for the channel for 1 or 2 hours to start God's government. What do you think about that? Okay, peace. Stay blessed. Okay. All right. I'm going to the nth degree on all my messages, as you can tell. I mean, they always use that, though, to knock down any new thing. Okay. Well, Jubilee, are you fuming? She's not responding. This might be the hill she dies. She feels like she needs to die on. Well, how do you build a movement with somebody that can't make even a single scheduled date? It's too extreme. You can't do it. She just wants everything to be bent around her, which is too much cult for me. It's too much. We'll come back at some point because my friends like that too. They're both like that. Like, I understand that it can be difficult to make schedules, but that's what timers are for. You can have compensatory mechanisms, and they work. Even if you have a disability, your phone will go off, and it will remind you, and you will stop whatever the hell you're doing, and you will go to the meeting. If you can't go to the meeting, you're going to give a reminder, oh, I have to go and do something else. Let's reschedule, and we'll reschedule until your brain gets used to it and creates a habit. I studied too much NLP and neuropsychology and brain plasticity to be duped into thinking that we're totally 100% incapable of controlling our futures in some way. If you have myelin sheath in your brain, you can learn something. And even if you're a quadriplegic and a paraplegic, there's now neurochips where you can start using them in a powerful way. And there's CRISPR. And there's a lot of things going on that we should all be working on. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy. I'm not downplaying the suffering. I'm suffering too. Just don't let it control you. It's going to influence and set limits on you, but keep the creative spark alive to sublate that as best as you can. And just, if you hold that line, you'll attract people like me and other people that will come and help you. For real, though, not play into the victimhood. Sometimes it is actually tough, though. I acknowledge that. I just think that this is too far. Yeah, it's because learning surgery is extremely time consuming. Interesting. There was three Eden references today. My own Garden of Eden references. When I watch a video that's not vegan, it has meat snuck in, I always leave a comment saying "Go vegan," because I don't want to give a view to that video. I want to give my views to vegan videos. So if they trick me in a video and there's meat somewhere in it, or there's an egg or a dairy, I go into their comments and I say, "Eat like Eden, go vegan. It is now a divine decree." So this guy just said Eden in his video, and in another video that was sent to me, it was also about Eden. It was this cowboy talking about data centers in Calgary, I think, or somewhere. Okay, let's get this going. I still can't see this chat. Like, how bizarre is that? Why is the chat working? I wonder if there's a conflict between the channel. Oh. Oh my gosh, I don't get it. We're just gonna go to the channel directly then. Oh, come on. So I go back to my YouTube channel to try and pull up my channel, like my video, not from the studio where I normally edit it, but from like the public facing side of it. And then I go there and the video's not showing anymore. So I blocked my videos in random places too at the same time. Okay, here we go. Okay. Get shareable link. Got it. Paste. Mr. John Smith. Are you in my chat? There we go. All right. Okay, Jubilee, why did you go to school for driving trucks in mines? Why did you go to school? Because I was doing two things at once. I was staying outside of the system and working on the revolution at the same time. So the oil patch paid decent money for my level of oil patch experience. So my dad trained me up way faster than most guys train up their crews. So what most guys usually do in 4 months, I did in 8 months. Or what most people do in 4 years, I did in technically 1 month, but I wasn't actually good until 8 months had passed. I knew it all theoretically in 1 month, but I was still, it's dangerous out there. So I had to have some supervision. But then after about 8 months working straight, I had made so much money because I was working long hours. We're talking like 12. I'll just say for publicity's sake, like for the public, I was working 12 hours minimum per day. And I think the legal maximum is 16 hours per day, 15 or 16 hours per day. So a slow day for us out in the oil patch in that first 8-month period, a slow day was 12 hours. The average day was 15 to 6, the maximum. And to be honest, there were some days that we slept on the truck. But yeah, we didn't know all the rules properly. Well, to be honest, when you go through your class 1, when did I go for my class 1? I think I went for my class 2 first. I know where I did my training for my class 1, but oh yeah, I did do my test at the NWT. There was a training place in my little home city, and this guy with a big beard, bigger than my beard. My beard's all scraggly because I've been like combing it, but yeah, I don't want to put oil in my beard either because your hair can absorb oil. You can get nutrients that way, so I don't want to cheat at all. So anyway, that's why I went to school, and I paid off all my schooling too. By the way, I paid it all off myself because my family didn't have any savings for me. So I got like what I get? I got like 30 grand of debt in school tuition. I paid off all of that within the 8 months, and I donated $25,000 to Make Poverty History. Yeah, and I took care of all my debts. All my credit cards were all topped up. Everything was I had perfect credit for up until 2011. When I started, when was it? It was up until this patent, around 2013 maybe. It was up until this patent where this patent lawyer, this highfalutin patent lawyer that said, I can get this done for you in like 2 years, asked me to give him 11 grand within 1 week. And that's where my financial problems started. And he ditched me. He left the project and left me hanging. So that was another hard learning lesson that I learned. I plan on gaming this man into living. You plan on gaming this man into living? Well, I appreciate it, to be honest. And you're fairly intelligent, so I mean, if you succeed, you'll be making me a very happy man too. Because I have something called the piss sentences, Jubilee. Is anybody watching this? I can't even see that far. Who's there? Do I have 2 people or 1 person watching me here? Like, I can't see anything anymore. Like, my eyes are still blurry, which is kind of scary, you guys. It's not good. Oh, we have 2 people. Welcome. Okay, that's good. So 2 people on TikTok. I don't know, John Smith, if you're still watching, or Jubilee, if you're still watching. Jubilee might be just mad at me. But there's something called the PIS sentences. P-I-S. Perpetually ignored sentences. Okay? If you want me to get up the Hungerstrike without meeting the targets that I set, I'm very happy to do that. But you have to do 2 things in these 2 sentences. The first sentence, the first PIS sentence is, if you can show me that the Megacrisis is not real and is not urgent, like experts say it is, I will get up the Hungerstrike. Simple. Now, number 2, PIS sentence number 2 is, if you can't do PIS sentence number 1, meaning that you agree that the Megacrisis is actually severe and it's bad. Then piss sentence number 2 is, I will still get off this hunger strike if you can create a more realistic strategy, even if it doesn't involve hunger strikes, that more realistically achieves the goals and stops the Megacrisis within the timelines we have left, the realistic timelines we have left. That's it. We either achieve the hunger strike goals, which is 100,000 blessings and all these other 6 divine decrees, or you address the first piss sentence, which is no Megacrisis, or the second one, which is I got a better strategy and it's credible and it's written down and it's real. It's well researched. If you can't do that, then you're probably an armchair activist and you're probably naive and have wishful thinking. And we're too advanced, like I'm too experienced for that. Okay, so Jubilee, there is a path forward. You don't have to game anything. You just do that. That's just straight honest and straightforward. Otherwise, the reason why I don't think about it, the reason why I structure it that way is because if you can't address piss sentence number 1 and piss sentence number 2, well, what does that mean? What does the conclusion mean? It means that, number 1, you actually are in imminent danger because the Megacrisis is real and they can't disprove it. So you're about to die. And number 2 is they don't have a better strategy that don't involve hunger strikes. Meaning that if they try to go violent or they try and do protests in terms of marching and they try and do all the stuff I've already done in 75,000 hours of my own experience, not just talking, not just being in a classroom writing papers. I was out on the ground, on the grass, protesting. I was in front of the Parliament building or in the legislature. I messaged all 50 of my MPs and MLAs across my whole city. I went to New York, met the guy who managed the task force manager for the United Nations Millennium Development Goals, which are now the Sustainability Development Goals. I've done a lot of things. So if you cannot prove to me that you have a more realistic strategy, it's better research than mine, then we're not giving my strategy up for something that's more naive. Okay? So that means that the Megacrisis is real and you don't have a better strategy. So this is the only strategy left until somebody else can address the piss sentences. And so far, nobody's been able to address the piss sentences. In fact, this year, I would say probably as of 4 months ago, people stopped trying to address piss sentence number 1. 2 years ago, like last year and the year before, everybody's like, the Megacrisis is not real, and they were trying to address piss sentence 1 and 2. People stopped trying to do piss sentence number 1. Like, yeah, Megacrisis is real. Okay, let's focus on piss sentence number 2. And then they proposed their plan, and I destroyed that plan within like 2 minutes and ask hard-hitting questions, and they can't answer them. And so within 2 minutes, their plans are dismantled. And we're stuck here with only one plan, and that's the hunger strike plan. And I'll be honest with you, nobody else is going to produce a better plan because this is the best you can do when you're not a billionaire. If you can get your billionaire cousin on board, that might actually do something. Okay, but this is about wise love. You're working with a real activist here of 75,000 hours and somebody who just risked his life for real to save yours. Okay, and a woman that's saying that she can't book schedule a meeting with me on a video platform or it will kill her. I'm not easily manipulatable. I am reasonable. I have malleability. I've been around people who were disabled for real my whole life. And I don't mean physical I mean there's mental disabilities too, right? And I got good at recognizing mental disabilities. So you don't fall into ableism or the appearance of ableism. There are disabilities that are invisible to the physical eye. So it comes out in the grammar, it comes out in the words, it comes out in the universals of meaning. And that's where Jubilee is. Jubilee looks like a functional, wonderful human being. Very animated, very gregarious, very charismatic. But she has actual problems with attention, and I believe that. She apparently has tumors. I have not confirmed that, but it seems like it's true. She has been diagnosed with delusional disorder, I guess, which she hasn't confirmed with me directly, but it seems like it is confirmed with this other guy that she's in a feud with. So we're not sure if her child is real. It looks like it because she got handed some water, so I believe it now. But a lot of people don't. Maybe it was somebody else who handed her water. I don't know, but yeah, you don't have to game the situation. Just do the piss sentences, please. So you're saying, Julie, let's correct. God plans for me to gain my way in the moment to keeping this man from starving himself. Here. That's correct. God's plan is for you to gain your way in the moment to keeping this man from starving himself again. Well, if you think you want to take the next 3 weeks before August 7th to try and find a way to outsmart me on this, and if you find a way to do that, and you actually you're able to do it beyond all my training, that is a boon towards you. That's a good job. Because I don't want to go on the hunger strikes. They're not fun. They're not pleasant. The only reason why I'm getting through them with any degree of joy is because it's meaningful and I'm in flow state about the incredible hope that I have for the solution. Right? I'm distracting myself all day long from the hunger and the pain by working on ideas that'll save my niece and nephew, save all those that I love, save you, Jubilee, save all of our viewers, save everyone. And I know it's the answer. And I can answer for the answer. I'm not going to pull an ego trip and say, well, just listen to me because I'm this. I'm the Messiah. I'm saying I'm the Messiah. I have a big beard, therefore I'm the Messiah. Listen to me. I'm not pulling one of those. I'm saying, no, I want you to ask me hard-hitting questions that proves that I've done my research and I've done my homework. I want you to grill me. I want you to have a good, genuine, good faith dialogue with me and get down to the nitty-gritty details of what it will take to pull this off for real. Oh, Jubilee, you're messaging me. Okay, so you're not blocking me. Oh, no, that's Johnny. Never mind. Johnny and Jubilee look the same. Oh, he's giving me compliments. I love this guy. I'm so blessed to have this guy in my life. I'm just really... It's kind of... We have a really incredible cast of characters, and I think Jubilee kind of fits the bill a little bit. You have to be a little bit different to pull this off. And she is. But saying you can't book... There's also a little bit too much manipulation. She's been getting away with it for too long. But God's government will tighten that up while also being more dignified and humane. Because you'll be able to earn a living, Jubilee, in your own limits. Not scrounging like we both currently are. Okay, John, you're on the phone still. Jeez, man. You gotta get out of that. Why don't you get on the phones for me? You know what? While you're on the phones, why don't you plant a seed to say, hey, and we have an extra opportunity here for you to save the world. Do you want to be a part of God's government? If you're on the phones anyway, maybe pass it by your employer first. Get some permission. But you know what? If you're on the phones, you could do a double. Like, we're all gonna die anyway. But I mean, utilitarianism doesn't really justify negative acting like that. And noble lies are one-offs usually. So, if there's an honest and ethical way you could do that, that'd be amazing. In fact, I got a picture of it. You could go to your boss and just say, "Hey, look, there's this mega crisis that I think we should address," and your boss might be like, "You know what? I've been paying attention to. I am concerned. How do I help?" That does happen when you start to approach the crises. Oh, which question are you answering? You said that is an interesting question, John, but I can't remember which one we're about. It doesn't let me show the timestamps. Oh, there it is. So that was around 2:35. 2:36. So that was an hour and a half ago. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like those two are off doing something, so I got my buddy to message you. Okay, so we just did our first round of those immediate messages. So I'm going to keep this up, and I'm going to keep working on the software, though, at the same time. Which I guess I could open up over here now. So I'm going to try and keep my YouTube, because we got a little bit of a good crew going on here. Jubilee is actually saying some interesting things, and it's actually interesting. Not all of it is just bitter dialectic, which I thought it was going to be, but she's proved me wrong 2 or 3 times. She's shown that she's deeper than that, and that's rare. If this is not the hill she's going to die on, if she sticks her feet in and says, "I cannot book a meeting," if that's the hill she's going to die on, well, she's going to have to die on it, because I'm not going that far. I'll go a little bit to helping you with your disability or your lack of ableism, but I won't go that far. That's manipulation. That's insane. For your level of acumen, it's insane. I've actually met people who are fully disabled that actually can't schedule things. Like, my sister is on the verge of that. She's got a grade 12 brain now. They fried her brain, and it's been clinically proven. She might have a hard time scheduling a meeting, but she can still do it. She still makes it to her appointments and whatever. So if she can do it, and you're having high-level medical, legalistic conversations with me, you can do it too. All you gotta do is take your phone out, put a reminder alarm, set it to everyday reminder if you have to, if it's more than like 3 days away, and there you go. Problem solved. And it works. All right, guys, let's continue on. Let's get the code going. I'm actually getting a little bit nervous because it's already 3 o'clock and we haven't done all the matches, but we are making enough progress to pull this off by tomorrow. And I'm getting the intuition that nobody's going to come tomorrow anyway, except for like 12 people, because they all want to get paid now, because the last one got screwed up. Oh, you're so nice. You're right. They actually said to me at the hospital that my blood exams were anomalous and they weren't normal. They should have been lower. But these other guys that last like 64, 94 days, it makes me feel like, they must have been overweight guys. They must have had tons of body fat, because there's no way. Like, I went to the absolute max. I prepared in almost every possible way. I had hot water jugs. I barely moved. I breathed slowly. I burnt a lot of energy in my brain because I was thinking, about everything, right? I'm excited. I'm in flow. So I'm in flow. So, that's even reduced energy and doing more for less. But yeah, they said that my body might have adapted over the 30 hunger strikes I've done. So my body's been through a lot. Like, the dry hunger strike was the extreme one. That was so extreme. I thought for sure I might have got brain damage on that one. But I didn't, and I didn't even get kidney damage. They said I got very, very, very minor kidney damage. It sounded like it was so little that it might have not have been detectable by their instruments even. So if I had it, it's as minimal as it could probably get. And I asked them specifically because when you're dehydrated, your kidneys are like the first thing to get stressed, right? In a wet hunger strike, your kidneys are like one of the last things. Well, it takes a long time for them to go. I got like serious pancreatitis, which I didn't know was a thing, but I don't know. Anyway, you're right. I prepared a lot, and yeah, it's dicey to do it again. But I'm gonna go back into the hospital maybe tomorrow and try and get my hand in an MRI to see why they swole my. Like, they literally, I had double vision, man. I couldn't correct my vision, and I was freaked out. I was like, holy! On none of my hunger strikes has this ever happened. Not even the 14-day no water one. That's how precarious it is. Like, you make a tiny little mistake and you put the wrong bag in and the guy can't see properly. Like, if I didn't catch it right away, like, I actually got mad at them. I said, hey, my eyesight seems to be doing something. I said, I want the thiamine now. And they what do I do? I said, I want it right now. I want it right now. Get me the pill. I'll take it by my mouth right now. Get it to me now. I want the pill right now. Like, I was getting irate. I said, I want my thiamine now. And she came with the pill. I said, thank you. Is this the fastest way to get this into my bloodstream? She said, well, no, technically it's actually the IV. I said, can we get the IV going right now? And she said, yeah, we can. And she came back with a little syringe. And she unhooked my IV. And she pushed this thiamine into my arm manually with a syringe. And I could feel the cold. It wasn't heated up or anything. I could feel the cold going into my veins. I was like, oh, it feels disgusting. That's how I got my first thiamine, which is very bizarre. I've never got my thiamine that way, but I think they realized they messed up. So that's probably what saved my brain. Is I saved my brain. If I would have went that whole big and like the whole another like 4, 5, 6, 10, whatever more hours, maybe I would have got permanent brain damage or vision loss. But it was like 5 or 6 in the morning on the first day, and they had put like a bag into me or something like that. Like it was hours, and I was puking my guts out still. I was like, there's something wrong here. I've been here for like 10 hours, and I'm still puking my guts out as if I'm still in the hunger strike. Something's wrong. And I said, I want my thiamine now. Can I get a bag? And I just started railing on them. Like, something's wrong. I've been through this before. I know when there's medical malpractice, and it feels like that's happening. I want a new nurse. I want a new set of eyes. I want new things to start happening. I'm in pain. There's something wrong. And I want all my IVs that were set, I want them all reset. Pull them all out and put them all in the other arm the proper way, blah, blah, blah. And they did it all. They even pulled out my IVs and all that. So it was 100 times better. My arm stopped throbbing, all this kind of stuff. And, after like 15 hours, my vision it wasn't double anymore, but it was blurry. And ever since then, it's been a little bit blurry. But hopefully it goes back to normal. Anyway, I'm just agreeing with you. I don't think very many people in the world can pull off, especially 20 hunger strikes in a row. Like I haven't eaten for 2 straight months. I haven't eaten past 40 straight days in a year. Well, 420 days is today. Like the longest eating streak I had was 40 days. Just over a month. When they say at a minimum, like a 2-week hunger strike, 3-week hunger strike requires a 2-month recovery of all your bone minerals and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not getting full like mineral recovery. So even though you might gain some body weight, you might get some stuff back. The real deep-seated changes in your body, like your hemoglobin, your blood cell counts, like all that stuff that comes off the marrow of your bones, and your neurons and all that stuff, your nerve damage, like all that kind of stuff, takes time. And they said it takes at least 2 months for like moderate hunger strikes. Never mind 2 months. Like they're saying 2 to 3 weeks. It's like, oh my gosh, like my last one was 28 days. This one was 65 days. And before that was 14 days no water hunger strike. Like it's been a rail. Like it's been hard. That's actually not true. It was like 14 days, and then I did 20 plus the 28, and then plus this one, these last 2. Honestly, man, it's been 21 days. It feels like it's been 3 days. It's really a bizarre memory thing. It's like it always happens because time flies when you're having fun, but there's something extreme about this. It doesn't even feel like a week. It still feels like I'm in the hospital. It's like really strange. And I'm recovering. I still can't walk fully properly. Like I can make it to the bathroom now. But it's been 3 weeks. I can't even jump off the floor properly. So I don't even know if 40 days is going to be enough. But I don't want to go past 2 months because the AI said that's where you start getting to full recovery. But I know that's only for like the 3-week kind of range, not the range that's like 3.5 times longer than that. So it looks like I kind of got off a little bit scot-free, except for my hand is killing me and the blurry vision a little bit. But there might be other, like they might have given me an aneurysm. Like I might be on the verge of an aneurysm. Who knows? I had a grand mal seizure before, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to try and get an MRI, which they said they would already do and they didn't do it. Typical. Anyway, this is another 7-minute recording. I just appreciate you, man. Okay. Let me know what you want to do, though. Let me know what the plans are. And I know you're not in a great position, but if you can squeeze out anything, I'm squeezing too, as you know. We're squeezing water out of a rock, man. We're between a rock and a hard place. And it's just going to get tighter. If what they're saying, I just watched 2 more videos. It's just starting to get fever pitch bad. And these aren't conspiracy theorists. These are professionals. So, like when you hear JP Morgan Chase just smashed their all-time quarterly record high profits at 21.8 billion. Like that's what companies make an entire year when they're setting a yearly record, not a quarterly record. It's insane. And JP Morgan Chase just bought up like into this this huge wealth fund in Abu Dhabi outside of Dubai because they have a $3.2 trillion sovereign wealth fund, like as you heard Brian tell us, right? It's just, and they're also the biggest player in Elon Musk's SpaceX AI merger and IPO. They're the biggest ones. Like they're leading in almost everywhere. So whatever Jamie Dimon is doing, plus he's doing all this military stuff at Palantir. Like this guy is seeing from a bird's eye view. So, and he also called out the pandemic. All the stuff that I called, Jamie Dimon called too. Same with Dave Ralio. Dave Ralio? Oh my gosh, I'm saying that wrong. Ray Dalio. What did I do there? I switched the words, the letters. Anyway, try and appreciate the beauty out there on the ranch. Like it looks so green. You know, I'm trapped in this little basement. I'm looking at a couple of little plants. They cut down all those trees outside my place. It was literally turning into a forest. So I appreciate them for doing that. And now I'm gonna have a little bit of noodles, so I'm gonna go bliss up on that. But yeah, let's try and stay as grateful as we can for whatever we have, even though it's being drained from us. Even though it looks like we have something compared to these other guys who are making smashing records or purchasing parodies, like going a lot. It's going down. We're all getting poorer compared to them by far. Okay, peace. Okay, let's get this baby on the go.
Oh, this feels discombobulated. Excuse me. My nose is plugged. A little bit of a baby here. I think 77 people looked at my profile. Really? Okay, this edit is going to be much cleaner.
5% battery. Not good. No, my friend didn't respond to me. Looks like she's burnt it out. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Good. This is actually working out really good. All right, let's see how that goes. We're making quite a bit of progress. Okay, we got this whole group angry at me, so now we have another group that's waiting to be replied to. So while this group is cooling off, we'll go with this other group.
It's kind of in a strange way working out.
Oh, that got weird. Wow. This autocorrect is absolutely atrocious on this phone. Oh, at heart and love the enemy. Oh, she read it right away. That's kind of cool. This is like one of my first Messiah, straight up, no bars hold responses to her, to somebody. All right, that's done. That was a pretty intense one. Let's eat the rest of this food. Oh.
Okay. Let's see. Oh no. I'm already almost out of jam. Are you kidding me? Holy cow. Right? The price of things is just insane. How could I almost be out of jam? Alright. Okay, let's have this. I just love having this like pre-made. I just love not having to cook it. It's just done. Even though it's the same meal, it feels like it's a whole nother meal. It's cold, so I mean it's not hot, but I don't mind eating this stuff cold. So many lost people in this world. Okay. Now the question is, where did I put... Alright. Everybody's got so much vitriol, but nobody has forgiveness. And that's like the main lesson. To forgive, not blindly, but to forgive, set a boundary, and return. I love it. Mm. 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 A little piece of olive. Mm. 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 Delish. I love it. Mm. Mm. All right. Okay. Here. Get another beautiful little cards. Oh, that's from my niece. My niece gave me that. I love it. Okay. Oh, she responded. Oh boy. Probably trying to rebuke me. Well, that's always the first stage, isn't it? I want to send this picture to. Oh, really? There's no room left on my phone? How? %, battery. Okay, let's upload this to. It's because TikTok is taking up so much bandwidth. It's like what, 8 gigabytes now?
Wait, somebody? You say that?
Yeah, my answers are becoming very messianic now, like naturally. And it feels normal. It feels right. More natural than the little role I was taught to try and play.
The TikTok here, I think I just did a stitch. So you just saw one of my little things. Take a little video of me. Wanted to do it there, challenging me. Um,
Wow, I have a dare.
Ah! Where is it? Oh, I don't understand what's happening. Did she comment on my video? I don't know what's going on. Okay. She is responded to. Mm. My goodness. Mm. Delish. Oh, who would have thought food is so delicious? Oh, Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Well, It was good. It was very good. Wow. Never gets old. Never gets old. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh. Okay. We are going to get the message out to people on LinkedIn.
Okay. So a couple more sort of longer term allies are now in full dialectics. So once they get that out, hopefully they come back. If the ego is incredibly strong, they won't. But there's a chance with these people that they could break through. Okay, we're ready for the next leg of the journey. All right, let's do it. Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Interesting.
Oh, we have no power, but we have good charge. Okay, let's restart. Woo!
Jeez, man. Dang it, I forgot to write the other guys a message. TikTok keeps filling up my phone, like by almost 10 gigabytes. Okay, alright, let's download TikTok again. I'm learning a lot of things right now. Let's figure this out. Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah, I feel like you said a lot of personal things there. And the table, yeah, it's very nice of him to have carved that message. And speaking so highly of you. And yeah, a lot of birth dates flying around there. And you can tell you have an appreciation for animals. We see animals. Yeah. You mix a lot into the videos. Political, personal, relationships, police, daughter. Yeah, that's kind of strange that he had a kid with you and then left, but we live in a toxic world, right?
Oh my gosh, this is so genius! Oh, God is here. This is finally coming together in a powerful, powerful way. Okay.
Yeah, I keep forgetting this is only 1 minute on here. I can't remember what I was going to say. I said a lot of things. You mentioned a lot of things. Your husband, your boyfriend leaving you under the table was kind of beautiful what he did there. Creatures, sea creatures, some politics, birth dates. You did a lot of stuff in your videos, but none of them are explaining how do you change the world. In one of your videos, you said, "I'm the Jubilee. I know how to change the world," but then didn't say anything on how. I just learned another couple of pieces tonight on how I'm going to do it, and tomorrow's a big test. That's why I'm rushing with the software. Today is the priority, and yeah, that's what I'm up to tonight. I have to get this done for tomorrow because we have 2 people hiring on another person. And we have another person that's looking into things, so it's quite busy. But if you want people to take you more seriously, you have to have a plan. You have to have details that they can engage with. When you're trying to work in the moment, what you're trying to tap into is the channeling of pure truth, right? And that is technically possible. You can do that technically. The only problem is it's isolated. Oh no, my headphones stopped working. No. Oh, my headphones are very finicky. Everything's breaking on me here. If they say it's darkest before dawn, you got to really hold on by a thread, because that's where you squeeze through from nullity into what's called sublation, the true transcendental moment. But yes, I am actually busy making this plan so that other people can learn it as part of the citizenship of God. And the citizenship has to be well defined so that other people can own it. They can claim it as part of their identity. The problem with going about it in the individualistic channeling sense, which is sort of like the individualistic monarchy of art. Art is an early form of consciousness because you can't think like God. You can only channel God. But when you channel God and you can't think it with your own free will, you yourself don't even know how you're doing it, because you got to turn off your rational self so that it doesn't taint the true ideas coming through. You're trying to do a in the moment sort of inspiration of your own thoughts that are godly as the Jubilee in a certain way. But in a certain way, they're just coming to you. They're not pre-thought. They're not really conjured. They're just channelings that when they happen in your flow state, you just let them fly. And that's a form of art, or a form of channeling and mediumship. And you can do that, right? But the problem with it is you can't teach other people, because it's on the fly, it's in the moment. Sometimes it's contradictory, but the method on how you're getting those ideas, the fundamental creativity, which creates intellectual property or ideas that creates real ownership, real identity, and identification with a culture that's built on those structures of ideas and relations. It's very hard to create that without a cult. And I'm not really interested in cults. I'm interested in culture. That's why I teach anti-cults, and I warn people about you. I warn them, say, you can go with her and she'll protect you a little bit, but when crap hits the fan, you're the first one to get sacrificed, because she's not going to sacrifice for you, right? You're not doing hunger strikes. You're not doing many sacrificial things. You're just poor, and society is sacrificing you, right? So there's a famous saying that Hegel and very many other people say, but Hegel said it most clearly. He said, I'm not here. Oh, he said, Napoleon said this. Napoleon famously said to a town that he had just conquered, he says, I'm not here to be your prince. I'm here to be your master. But he didn't want that. But the distinction was clear. He understood that there was an inner connection and an outer connection to rule. And when you conquer a people, often they saw you as their master and slave. Driver, right? But a true ruler is an internal order where they identify with you. You are a prince to them. Same power, same ruling power, same command, but now they identify with you. And when they identify with you, there's no resistance to the same degree, because they believe in your command. They believe in you. So I want that to happen. But in order for that to happen, you have to have a culture, a rational culture, and not just a following of a cult.
voice notes, please send them on Facebook and not on here because holding my finger on.
Oh no.
We don't do them here. They should go really well. Back and forth at each other. This should be so much fun. So much freaking fun. Oh, I don't need to teach anybody who I am and what I'm doing. I am who I am. I'm the Jubilee. I need literally anyone to see it, to come and do anything for me, and we get world fucking peace. Oh, I don't need to teach anybody who I am and what I'm doing. I am.
Okay, you just wrote. You just had a. Jeez, Louise. Okay, you just made a recording on TikTok saying you don't need to explain anything. You are the Jubilee, and people just have to do what you say, and you get world peace. That's the problem right there. Is getting people to do things for you means that they have to believe in you and trust in you, and that requires culture. Because culture is a set of values, it's a language, and it's a set of ways of doing things. And if people don't like your values and don't like your language and don't like your ways of doing things, they're just not going to do them for you. And that's your conundrum right there. You have a culture problem. That's why nobody wants to follow you. You're not demonstrating to them that you're worth following. Because to build trust, there's usually 3 elements. You have to be consistent, you have to eat last, and you have to demonstrate clear leadership and wisdom. Right, there's even more elements to it than that, but really you have to be stable in a certain kind of way. And when I watch you, I see a high IQ woman with some insight and dedication, which is a little bit of overcompensation. But there's an earnestness where I think you really do believe that there's some kind of interesting connection going on where you are this actual event, this Jubilee as an event now. And the interesting thing about universal logic is that that's called a gerund in normal grammar, in linguistics. A gerund is where something is a noun and a verb at the exact same time. So being is one of those words. Being is a verb, it's an activity. You're being something, you're being a being, you're being a human. It's an activity, but it's also a noun, it's a thing. It's a concrete, immediate unity of all of these parts into one whole. So when you said that you're the Jubilee, that's a noun. Or sorry, yeah, Jubilee is a noun. Oh, hold on. The Jubilee is a verb, sorry. It's an event that takes place in time and space. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me think. Let me look this up for a second. I think that I should probably look this up. Is an event one? Actually, I looked it up. Okay, so it was in the past. It is a noun. It has a verb form, but the verb form is not as popular anymore. And it's the way that you talk about yourself being actively bringing the Jubilee to life is like a noun verb, because you yourself are a person. You're a noun. The event in its more common meaning or more majority meaning is a noun too, as an event that has a place and a specific structure to it. But you are being the Jubilee. You're carrying it out. And you can say you can jubilate, but I was thinking we could even make up a gerund almost where it's like you're jubiling, you're jubileeing, because you're saying I am the Jubilee, but the Jubilee is an event, right? And it has a discrete space and time. But you're saying that no, it's more like an ongoing being. It's an activity that you're doing. It's just being it, but being is a gerund. So you're mixing these things, and there's a way to do it right. It's called speculative thought, and it's how universal logic works. It's how you take opposites and you bring them together as a harmony. So that's what I recognize in what you're doing, right? That's like, okay, this woman's not actually crazy. She's aware too, like she has a metacognition that is aware of this. So it's not really a blind spot. And so that's where I feel like there's some potential here. But in terms of explaining it to people, you got to explain this stuff to them. Otherwise, you just look crazy, or you just look like a cult leader wanting people to do all your bidding for you. And that turns into a horrific usury because you're not really respecting other people's autonomy. You're really just in your own world. And the more that people buy into it, the more that it turns into your world, and you become a corrupt leader. Even though you're speaking about the Jubilee, a lot of these other leaders did that. In ancient Rome, they used to bribe the plebeians. That's like the lower class, right? You just give them food and bread and circus, which is the gladiator fights and all that, and then they'll work to the death. But it was a really grinding, brutal world, and that's not the kind of world I'm interested in creating. The kind of world I'm interested in creating, God's government, is that we're all empowered in a rational way as much as we can. And in the beginning, it will take some time to learn that. But the majority, all we have to do is create critical mass globally. And that's enough to change everything, including aligning AI with this deeper kind of logic where it's not going to turn us all into a bunch of peons that serve it as a bunch of slaves. It's not going to be our master. It's going to be our prince. Or I can help turn it into a king. And just like I am the king of the truths right now, because nobody else can articulate it in a way that's a culture. It's genuinely empowering and takes the impulses that lead us away from it and brings those into harmony with the actual truth from our reason and our will, not just our intuition. We have it in intuition and feeling as love, but we also can articulate it as soulful thinking. And that soulful thinking is reason, or genuine reason, not the dead bones of reason that we teach in university today. That's horribly boring with Venn diagrams and a bunch of just terrible things that are just boring. Some of it has particular applications, of course, but there's this more incredible, mystical, like rationally mystical, non-superstitious version, which is just incredible. It really is. It's like a cosmic joke, like cosmic irony over and over again, but it's not in a mocking way, it's in a true way. So, yeah, if you can't explain it, then you're just looking for people to obey blindly. And it's like I'm already seeing warning signs, right? Because you can't execute, and you're more like a partial strategist and cheerleader. Probably even more of a cheerleader because you lose focus all the time. And when you're talking and you're trying to influence, you stay in your flow a little bit longer. But in strategy, you actually have to dialogue, and you have to remember things. And with our conversations, it might be a little bit weaker than just you liking to talk and just like say whatever you want in the moment and then rebound up with somebody else. So I'm getting